Chapter 398. Chihu's figure was as fast as lightning. Just as he finished speaking, he arrived in front of them. He looked at the hundreds of clansmen around him in a daze. Each of them had a light and heavy mark on their foreheads. Chihu could only sense faint spiritual energy fluctuations from their bodies. It was clear that their cultivations had been sealed. The hundreds of clan members all had unsightly expressions on their faces. Although they had long since heard of the rumors, now that they had personally experienced it, their hearts were filled with bitterness. Chihu looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression and loudly said, "Xingniu, do you consider me, Chihu, a friend?" Wang Lin looked at Chihu and nodded. "I don't have many friends in my life, but you, Chihu, are one of them." Chihu stared at Wang Lin and said, word for word, "Xingniu, if you consider me, Chihu, a friend, then immediately leave my giant demon clan." Wang Lin pondered. After a while, he slowly said, "Chihu, up until now, I haven't killed a single giant demon clan member. Do you know why? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this." As the two of them spoke, more and more giant demon clan members arrived from all directions. They gathered around the area, creating a heavy pressure that slowly closed in. Chihu felt bitter in his heart. He revealed a struggling expression and said, "Xingniu." Wang Lin looked at Chihu and sighed. "Chihu, tell me where the giant demon clan ancestor is. I'll go find him. As for the other giant demon clan members, I won't harm them." "How dare you? How arrogant!" Countless curses came from the mouths of the giant demon clan members. Shortly after, 3 old men wearing purple robes with a black axe mark between their eyebrows walked out from the crowd. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, they immediately exuded a dense spiritual pressure. Wang Lin glanced at them. All 3 of them were at the peak of the late stage of soul formation. There was even a trace of celestial force circulating in their bodies. They were on the verge of breaking through to the soul transformation stage. One of the purple-robed old men gloomily said, "Xingniu, old man, the giant demon clan's head elder, Tianmu, challenges you today." Wang Lin's eyes were ice-cold as he looked at the old man and said, "You're not worthy." After he finished speaking, he looked at Chihu and waited for his reply. The old man's face was green and red as he stared at Wang Lin and began to laugh. His eyes became cold as he took a step forward and a purple axe appeared in his hand. He let out a roar and charged at Wang Lin. The members of the giant demon clan rarely used spells and techniques. Most of the time, they used their powerful bodies as their main method of attack. Wang Lin looking at the old man, Tian Shunav as he said, "Wang Lin." Boom! As the old as the old man, the old as he, as of, as he could, he as. The expressions of the other 2 purple-robed elders changed greatly. They stared at Wang Lin and cursed in their hearts. Wang Lin's body didn't move at all. He looked at the old man and shook his head. "You are still not worthy." Chihu bitterly said, "I don't know where the ancestor is." "Xingniu, stop. My giant demon clan is not your enemy." Wang Lin pondered. After a long time, he looked up at the sky, pointed at Chihu, and shouted, "Chihu, tell your giant demon clan ancestor to return my flying sword to me, and I'll leave immediately." Chihu let out a sigh. He looked at Wang Lin and struggled in his heart. After a while, he said, "No one knows where the ancestor is, but if you open the heaven connecting formation, you can contact the ancestor. Wang Lin, after you take the celestial sword, you should quickly leave." Wang Lin stared at Chihu and slowly nodded. The 3 purple-robed old men silently pondered. The 3 of them were the strongest people in the giant demon clan aside from the ancestor, but they obviously couldn't fight against this person, much less the other clan members. When they saw the hundreds of clan members that were sealed, their hearts became gloomy. Chihu turned to look at the 3 old men with a complicated expression and said, "Elders, open the heaven connecting formation. I, as the young master of the giant demon clan, will preside over it." The 3 purple-robed old men looked at each other and immediately nodded. Without a word, they slapped their foreheads and 3 giant, purple axes appeared in their hands. "Open the western giant demon realm." One of the old men let out a roar and threw the giant axe into the sky. His hand formed a seal and shot out rays of light. In an instant, the entire giant demon clan began to tremble. A pillar of black light that seemed to be able to support the heavens and earth suddenly shot into the sky from the west. Boundless spiritual power instantly spread out in all directions. At the same time, another black pillar of light appeared in the west, and with a loud rumble, it shot into the sky once more. This didn't end. After the two pillars of black light appeared, a third pillar of black light appeared. The earth trembled and countless cracks appeared. Ripples spread out from the three huge pillars and spread out majestically in all directions. Open the southern giant demon realm. Open the northern giant demon realm. The other two purple-robed old men shouted at the same time and threw the axes in their hands into the sky. Suddenly, from the south and north came a roar that sounded like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Then 6 huge black pillars suddenly shot up into the sky. Suddenly, a strange sound came from all directions. Chihu gave Wang Lin a profound look. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "Open the eastern giant demon realm." The moment he spoke, a rumble came from the east and 3 pillars of black light shot up from the ground. At this moment, if one looked from above, they would see that the entire giant demon clan was surrounded by 12 giant pillars of light. There were 3 pillars of light in each of the 4 directions. It was as if they had formed a heavenly prison. At this moment, when all 12 pillars of light shot up, all of the giant demon clan members around Wang Lin sat down, formed seals with their hands, and began to chant. Their voices strangely fused together, like an endless curse, spreading in all directions. At this moment, all of the giant demon clan members that hadn't arrived yet, no matter what cultivation level they were at, from chi condensation to soul formation, all sat down and began to chant this strange chant. In an instant, it was as if this strange chant was the only thing that remained in the world. The 12 pillars of black light released bursts of black light. As this strange chant echoed, the black light became brighter and brighter. Wang Lin revealed a hint of sadness in his eyes. He had already seen through Chihu's struggle, but he didn't have many friends in his life, so he kept his friendship with Chihu in his heart. The only people standing within 100,000 feet of Wang Lin were him and Chihu. The rest of the giant demon clan cultivators were all sitting down and chanting a strange chant. Chihu looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression and bitterly said, "Tsingyo, I, Chihu, have let you down. However, the ancestor is the hope of my giant demon clan. As the young master of the giant demon clan, I have to shoulder this responsibility. Even the ancestor's body can't withstand 8 hits from this heaven-piercing formation. Your body can't compare to my giant demon clans, so you won't be able to survive." He raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. At this moment, the entire giant demon clan was enveloped by the chanting. This chanting became louder and louder and louder. The 12 pillars of black light suddenly trembled and began to move at an extremely fast speed. They turned into 12 rays of black light that charged at Wang Lin from all directions. Wang Lin let out a sigh. He looked at Chihu and calmly said, "Chihu, you owe me for the trip to the celestial realm. 2 years ago, I owed you. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. It's even." Chihu's eyes dimmed, and he said, "It's even? That's right, it's even between us." Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the 12 pillars of black light charging at him from all directions. He laughed and said, "Chihu, do you really think this heaven-piercing formation can kill me? Break from me." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his figure moved. He appeared in front of a pillar of black light that was charging at him from tens of thousands of kilometers away and threw a punch. Boom! The pillar of black light suddenly shattered and turned into a hurricane that swept the surroundings. Wang Lin's body was also pushed back several dozen feet by the impact. Blood flowed down from his right hand. The first pillar. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. During his battle with Li Yuanfeng, He hadn't been able to use the full power of his 3-star ancient god body. At this moment, his eyes were filled with battle intent. He placed his right hand next to his mouth and licked the blood on it. His eyes lit up, and he charged at the second pillar of black light. With a bang, the second pillar of black light collapsed. Wang Lin laughed and shouted, "The second pillar!" His figure moved again, and he threw out another punch. The sky was on the verge of collapsing as all the pillars of black light closed in. Countless spatial cracks appeared. Boom, 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 boom. Wang Lin laughed like crazy. His body flickered, and he threw out another punch, shattering another pillar of black light. Every time there was blood on his right arm, he would immediately wipe it away. The current Wang Lin looked very fierce. He laughed and shouted, "The 8th pillar!" At this moment, the clothes on his body had already been torn to shreds, revealing his powerful upper body. Numerous fine lines flickered on his skin, and 3-star spun rapidly between his eyebrows, making it impossible for others to see what was inside. The chanting of the giant demon clan members on the ground became louder and louder. Their bodies were no longer motionless, but they were swaying left and right according to some kind of pattern. Chihu's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. In the giant demon clan, besides the ancestor, no one could withstand 8 pillars of black light. Even the ancestor had reached his limit. Of course, this was only the strength of his body. With the ancestor's cultivation, he could withstand 12 pillars of black light. But after 12 pillars of black light, he would be injured. Wang Lin let out a roar, and his body moved like lightning. His right fist punched out once more, shattering 3 more pillars of black light. The current him was like an ancient devil god. His body was covered in monstrous devil flames. The last one, Chihu watched carefully. Wang Lin's laughter echoed across the world as the last pillar of black light closed in. This time, Wang Lin didn't punch. Instead, he let out a roar, and his body instantly grew. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 100-foot-tall giant. Boom! The pillar of black light smashed into Wang Lin's chest and disappeared. Wang Lin's giant body was forced back 3 steps, but he wasn't injured at all. He let out a roar, causing the clouds in the sky to dissipate and the formation to collapse. This was the display of the peak power of a 3-star ancient god. Chihu, we are even now. Giant demon clan seal. Wang Lin's giant arm pointed at the sky. Suddenly, countless strands of gray gas came out from the life and death wheel and entered the bodies of all the giant demon clan members. From today onwards, there will be no more nascent soul cultivators in the giant demon clan. Anyone who wants to break through to the nascent soul stage must obtain my permission. This is your punishment. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. At this moment, his words were like the might of the heavens. They were the words that decided the fate of the giant demon clan. The combination of the avatar and the original body, the combination of a 3-star ancient god and a late-stage soul formation cultivator, created a never-before-seen but extremely powerful Wang Lin. Without a soul transformation cultivator using celestial spiritual energy, no one on Suzaku could compare to him in terms of physical strength. This was an ancient god, 3-star auspicious god. Wang Lin had already thought about it. If he didn't reveal his strength like before, it would only cause more people to come looking for trouble. He wanted to use the opportunity of killing Li Yuanfeng and the giant demon clan ancestor to show the cultivators on Suzu, especially Rosefinch's son, that he, Wang Lin, wasn't a pawn. Ever since he went to the country of Rosefinch, Wang Lin had been surrounded by a sense of pressure. This pressure came from the country of Rosefinch, from Rosefinch Mountain. Lu Mei's appearance was like a corner of the fog being lifted. This allowed Wang Lin to confirm that he was trapped in a conspiracy. With Wang Lin's personality, how could he allow himself to be controlled by others? This was why he didn't hesitate to erupt and display his strength. He didn't want to be a pawn. Even if he was a pawn, he would be a pawn with thorns that would injure and bleed anyone who touched him. Even if the matter of the ancient god was exposed, Wang Lin still had a backup plan. Also, the auspicious god had disappeared for countless years and was something from ancient times. Even if Rosefinch's son saw Wang Lin, he wouldn't be completely sure if he was the auspicious god or not. After all, it wasn't like there weren't people who trained in body refining in the cultivation world. The giant demon clan was one of them. Wang Lin had already thought things through. He didn't plan on staying on Suzaku for long. Once he gets the real 1 billion soul flag, he'll leave for planet Tianyun. Giant demon clan ancestor, come out. Wang Lin floated in the air and let out a roar that spread across the entire giant demon clan. Chihu let out a miserable smile as his body fell to the ground. Wang Lin didn't kill him, but now that the formation was destroyed, he was seriously injured by the backlash. Wang Lin's voice spread across the giant demon clan. At this moment, no one dared to stop him or shout at him. The only one who was qualified to stop Wang Lin was the giant demon clan ancestor, who was hiding somewhere. At this moment, at the edge of the giant demon clan, a woman wearing purple looked over. This woman was very beautiful and had a hint of seduction in her eyes. Her eyes revealed a mysterious light as she muttered, "Is this your true strength? Wang Lin, it looks like even teacher underestimated you." Chapter 399. Wang Lin's voice echoed across the entire giant demon clan. At this moment, in a plain to the north of the giant demon clan, there was a person sitting inside a crystal-clear cave. This person was sitting in the lotus position and was cultivating. He looked very handsome and angular. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the cave and look into the distance. After a while, his eyes became cold, and he muttered to himself, "Junior Wang Lin, I'll let you be arrogant for a bit longer. Once the old man completely fuses with his body, it won't be too late to kill you. Although you sealed my giant demon clan, once the old man successfully takes over my body, I'll release you." With that, he closed his eyes again and immersed himself in cultivating. Just at this moment, bursts of black light came out from his bag of holding. The old man frowned and slapped his bag of holding. The celestial sword he stole from Wang Lin flew out. A black gas came out from the celestial sword and turned into Su Ligua. Su Ligua's eyes were bloodshot, and he was gnashing his teeth. He looked into the distance and shouted, "Master, I can feel that bastard coming. Master, I have an irreconcilable grudge with him. Master, let me out and I'll go fight him." The giant demon clan ancestor looked at Su Ligua. In the past 2 years, he had been in contact with Su Ligua for a long time. He was very interested in this sword spirit that had intelligence and liked it a bit. If you want to kill him, wait until the old man completely takes over his body. Su Ligua quickly changed his expression and revealed a fawning expression. He nodded at the giant demon clan ancestor and gratefully said, "Master really cares about me. You're much better than that bastard Wang Lin. I'll definitely be loyal to Master for the rest of my life. But Master, when we kill that Wang Lin, can you let me stab him one last time?" The giant demon clan ancestor laughed and said, "What exactly did that Wang Lin do to you to make you hate him so much?" Su Ligua gritted his teeth and said, "Master, you don't know how much I hate Wang Lin. Not only does he force me to work, but he also summons me to beat and scold me. Most importantly, he doesn't give me any benefits. Unlike you, Master, who often gives me spirit stones to absorb. Master, after we kill that Wang Lin, you can reward me with some female cultivators. Master, why don't you call little sister Fairy out first? I haven't seen her for a few months, and I miss her." The giant demon clan ancestor faintly smiled and said, "That's easy. There's no rush. After we kill that Wang Lin, I'll call out Feng Wan's soul and let you meet her. Right now, the old man is going into closed-door cultivation, so you can come back." With that, he reached out with his hand. Although Su Ligua had a fawning expression, he was secretly cursing in his heart. He entered the celestial sword and was put into the bag of holding by the giant demon clan ancestor. This sword spirit is filled with greed, and it is easy to control. The old man will give him spirit stones and female cultivators. I don't believe he will betray the old man. Also, with Feng Wan's soul, this sword spirit is extremely infatuated with her, so it won't be able to escape my grasp. The giant demon clan ancestor sneered in his heart as he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Feng Wan's soul was the soul of a treasure he accidentally obtained in the past. This Dharma soul was extremely charming, and its entire body emitted a silver, lustful aura. Back then, even with his willpower, he almost lost himself. Fortunately, the Dharma soul was shattered, and only then did he escape. However, he was extremely fearful of this Dharma soul. After obtaining the celestial sword, he saw that Su Ligua was very strange. So in order to control this soul, he called out his soul. As he expected, the moment Su Ligua saw the soul, he pounced on it like a wild wolf and was infatuated with it. Wang Lin waited for a while above the giant demon clan, but he still didn't see the giant demon clan ancestor appear. His expression gradually became gloomy. The giant demon clan was very large and had many mountains. If the giant demon clan ancestor really wanted to hide, it would be very difficult to find him. As his divine sense spread out, his gaze fell on a mountain in the east. This was the tallest mountain in the entire giant demon clan. For some reason, when Wang Lin looked at this mountain, a strange feeling appeared in his heart. Just as he was about to go check it out, his eyes suddenly narrowed. He looked to the north and revealed a smile. Su Ligua, Wang Lin's figure disappeared, and he flew toward the north. Right now, he was using his 3-star god body to fly as fast as lightning. With a few teleportations, he arrived at the north side of the giant demon clan. Looking around, it was a plain. Wang Lin's eyes were like torches as he spread out his divine sense. He immediately found that there was something strange about this place. There seemed to be a thin layer of barrier 10,000 feet below the ground. Every time his divine sense swept by, it would be gently pushed away. If he wasn't close enough, it would be very difficult to find anything. With a sneer on his face, Wang Lin formed a fist with his right hand. He let out a roar and suddenly smashed into the ground. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion came from the ground, and countless cracks appeared on the ground. These cracks spread like crazy and soon covered a radius of 1,000 feet. At the same time, they continued to extend downwards. A series of cracking sounds came from deep underground. After a long time, the sounds slowly disappeared. Wang Lin's eyes became cold. He let out a roar, and his right fist smashed into the ground again. A violent tremor spread out. At this moment, the ground let out a roar that sounded like the roar of an earth dragon. Giant demon clan ancestor, get the hell out here. Wang Lin let out a roar and threw out another punch. Bang! With this punch, the plane of the giant demon clan collapsed, and a deep hole appeared. A green figure appeared in the sky. Sun Niu. This person was middle-aged, but his eyes revealed an ancient look that didn't match his age. He stared at Wang Lin and shouted, I originally didn't want to deal with you so quickly, but since you came looking for me, you're courting death. With that, he took a step forward and closed in on Wang Lin like lightning. He threw out a punch. Wang Lin let out a laugh. Instead of retreating, he threw out a punch and collided with the giant demon clan ancestor. Bang! A sandstorm was kicked up, and countless pieces of gravel flew into the air. The giant demon clan ancestor was pushed back several dozen feet. Cracks appeared on the bones in his right fist, and his eyes were filled with shock. Wang Lin's body was pushed back a few steps, and his fist trembled. He could feel a powerful force enter his body and tear it apart, but it was immediately suppressed by his origin soul. The giant demon clan's body refining technique is indeed mysterious. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a mysterious light as he charged out once more. The giant demon clan ancestor complained in his heart. His body wasn't completely fused, so he could only use 80% of his strength. However, even 80% of his strength was still terrifying. This was the talent of the giant demon clan. They weren't afraid of some treasures. However, at this moment, his punch against Wang Lin had caused cracks to appear on the hardest part of his body. How could he not be shocked? What kind of cultivation method are you cultivating? The giant demon clan ancestor's face was gloomy as he backed up. However, Wang Lin's speed was too fast. His punch created a trapping force field. Countless strands of spirit energy shot out from the air toward the giant demon clan ancestor's body. The giant demon clan ancestor's eyes lit up, and he let out a roar. His body moved, and the spirit energy field and strands of spirit energy collapsed. At the same time, he leaped into the air and kicked out to meet Wang Lin's fist once more. Boom! Another heaven-shaking sound echoed across the entire giant demon clan. The giant demon clan ancestor's face turned red, and he borrowed the force to retreat. A stabbing pain came from Wang Lin's right fist, and he was forced back a few dozen feet. He stared at the giant demon clan ancestor and took a deep breath. The giant demon clan ancestor's body wasn't completely fused yet, but it already had such power. He was only a bit weaker than a 3-star ancient god. Once his body was completely fused, it would be comparable to a 3-star ancient god's body. The giant demon clan ancestor's face was gloomy. He didn't want to show himself because he saw Wang Lin destroy the 12 giant demon clans. Now that Wang Lin had found him, he had no choice but to fight. Wang Lin stared at the giant demon clan ancestor and charged out once more. The giant demon clan ancestor let out a roar, and his body immediately grew until he was 100 feet tall. Without a word, he used the celestial spiritual energy in his body, and a golden light came from his body. The density of his celestial spiritual energy was much higher than the Yuanfeng's. After all, the giant demon clan ancestor relied on himself to reach the early stage of soul transformation step by step. If it wasn't for the fact that the old man didn't want to use celestial spiritual energy to fuse with his body, I would have already killed you, arrogant junior. Today, you forced the old man to use his celestial spiritual energy. You are simply courting death. The giant demon clan ancestor let out a roar, and the golden light around his body became even brighter. He was like a sun that descended from the sky. At the same time, he moved, and as he moved, the sound of the sky collapsing came from the sky. Countless spatial cracks appeared around him, and a large amount of destructive cold wind blew out and swept the ground. He threw out a punch that contained an endless amount of golden light. This golden light contained powerful celestial spiritual energy. This was the full power of a soul transformation cultivator. If it was a normal cultivator, they would use a spell to attack with celestial spiritual energy. However, for the giant demon clan, the best weapon was their body. This was why not only did his punch contain celestial spiritual energy, but also contained the powerful impact of the giant demon clan's body. The power of this punch caused the entire plain north of the giant demon clan to collapse into countless pieces of sand and stones. Wang Lin, accept your death. The giant demon clan ancestor felt helpless. If he used celestial spiritual energy with his current body, then he couldn't use this body that hadn't completely fused with his body. He would have to find another body. Otherwise, if this body was attacked by celestial spiritual energy, he wouldn't be able to fuse with it unless he was at the mid-stage of soul transformation. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. That punch made him feel a sense of danger. This was the second time he felt a sense of danger after fusing with his avatar, aside from the heaven's reincarnation cycle. However, at this moment, Wang Lin wasn't afraid. He let out a roar, and 3 stars appeared between his eyebrows. They quickly rotated and released a purple aura that surrounded his body. At the same time, the shadow of an ancient god appeared once more behind him. Chapter 400. Wang Lin took a deep breath. His right hand formed a fist, and he gently punched forward. Although his movement was light, it affected the ancient god behind him. The ancient god also raised its fist and punched out at the same time as Wang Lin. The giant demon clan ancestor's fist arrived and collided with Wang Lin's fist. Boom, boom, boom. The giant demon clan ancestor's face became pale, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His body suddenly became weak. Without a word, he slapped his bag of holding, and the celestial sword appeared in his hand. He revealed a ferocious expression and shouted, "Wang Lin, accept your death." With that, he threw the celestial sword and pointed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body was thrown far away like a meteor. His entire right arm was numb, and he had lost all feeling. His opponent's celestial spiritual energy and physical strength had caused damage to his body. His body went from being 10 feet tall to the size of a normal person, but his eyes were shining brightly. The moment the celestial sword appeared, it released countless rays of black light that turned into the image of Su Ligua. The giant demon clan ancestor's expression was ferocious as he shouted, "Cut!" The moment he spoke, a powerful sword energy appeared from the celestial sword. It was as if it could split the heavens and earth as it chopped down on Wang Lin. Su Ligua, who was on the celestial sword, let out a scream and shouted, "Wang Lin, I'm here for revenge." The giant demon clan ancestor revealed a grin and shouted, "Wang Lin, watch as the old man uses your treasure to kill you." Wang Lin revealed a mocking smile. He didn't dodge, but pointed at the celestial sword. The celestial sword suddenly changed direction and slashed down on the giant demon clan ancestor's body. The giant demon clan ancestor was startled, and his expression changed greatly. However, seeing the sword energy close in on him, it was too late to dodge. He only had enough time to move his body slightly. The sword energy flashed, and blood sprayed everywhere. The giant demon clan ancestor's left arm was completely severed from his body. He let out a miserable groan as he turned into a ray of bloodlight and retreated like crazy. "Su Ligua, the old man will definitely refine your soul and extract it, then seal you in the land of Yang Fire and refine you alive." The anger in the giant demon clan ancestor's heart was monstrous. The anger in his heart could drown the earth. He let out a roar and quickly retreated. He had no choice but to retreat. His physical body hadn't completely merged, so he forcefully used celestial energy to take on Wang Lin's attack. He was immediately injured. The other party's fist actually released a power that wasn't any weaker than when he used celestial energy, causing his injuries to worsen. However, according to his analysis, Su Ligua was also injured, so he didn't hesitate to take out the celestial sword to kill Su Ligua. However, at this critical moment, Su Ligua unexpectedly changed sides. He wasn't able to dodge in time, so his arm was cut off. Su Ligua, who was on the celestial sword, immediately laughed and said, "Grandson, no matter how strong you are, you can't compare to your grandpa Su. I, Su Ligua, have always been loyal to you. How could I be so easily subdued by you?" After Su Ligua finished speaking, he quickly turned toward Wang Lin and said, "Master, how was it? How was it? Did I do something good this time?" Wang Lin revealed a faint smile. He grabbed the celestial sword and chased after the giant demon clan ancestor. He said, "You did something good. After we kill this person, I'll send you to the foreign battleground so you can absorb wandering souls to increase your soul force." Su Ligua was immediately overjoyed. In truth, in these past 2 years, he had wavered many times. After all, the giant demon clan ancestor had been good to him. However, every time he thought about how Wang Lin dealt with the wandering souls, second brother, and third brother, he would feel fear in his heart and put away his wavering heart. In his view, this Wang Lin had killed a lot along the way. Everyone that had provoked Wang Lin had been killed by Wang Lin. Su Ligua felt that the giant demon clan ancestor wouldn't be able to escape this fate. As a result, he couldn't stand on the wrong side, or else a disaster would befall him in the future. At this moment, Su Ligua was very proud of himself. He thought that he was smart and that he had done the right thing. In the future, this fiend would look at him in a different light. Thinking about how good the giant demon clan ancestor had been to him these past 2 years, Su Ligua felt a bit sad. He wondered why his master didn't come a few years later, so he could enjoy himself. What a pity. When he thought about that little sister fairy, his heart itched even more and he thought, "Little sister fairy, don't worry. I'll definitely save you from this sea of fire." In truth, the reason why Su Ligua betrayed the giant demon clan ancestor without hesitation, aside from his bone-deep fear of Wang Lin, was also because of Feng Wan's soul. When he hooked up with Feng Wan's soul, He personally promised Shi Fong that he would save her from the giant demon clan ancestor. Thinking about this, he quickly said to Wang Lin, "Master, that giant demon clan old geezer has a magic treasure in his bag of holding. It is a magic wheel with a soul sealed inside. Master, after you kill that old geezer, you have to save that soul and use it to feed on it." Wang Lin nodded. His body moved like lightning as he held the celestial sword and chased after the giant demon clan ancestor. The giant demon clan ancestor continued to roar. His heart was filled with anger, and most of this anger came from Su Ligua. He thought that he had treated Su Ligua very well these past 2 years, and had even taken out Yin Yu's soul. However, he didn't expect Su Ligua to betray him. The giant demon clan ancestor roared, "Su Ligua, this old man will refine you to death." As the giant demon clan ancestor roared, he moved even faster. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he raised the celestial sword. Without a word, he slashed down. An array of sword energy flew out. In a flash, the giant demon clan ancestor continued to move forward. Soon, he arrived at the easternmost part of the giant demon clan. Here, he suddenly stopped and slapped his bag of holding. A black stick appeared in his hand. He let out a roar and waved the stick. A black flame appeared, and the stick turned into a torch. The giant demon clan ancestor shouted, "Wang Lin, today, this will be your burial place. Your body will be the next thing the old man will possess." With a bang, everything within 100 feet of Wang Lin turned into a sea of black flames. Black Flame Beast. The giant demon clan ancestor let out a roar as he stabbed the torch into the ground. His hands formed a seal, and celestial spiritual energy surrounded him. He immediately sent out celestial spells that landed on the black flame. The black torch immediately shone with a demonic light. Then, all the flames in the surroundings seemed to be blown by the wind and gathered towards the center of the torch. In the blink of an eye, all the flames in the sky above the torch condensed into a huge beast that was about 10 feet tall. This beast's head was as big as a bucket, and its body was covered in spikes. Each spike was covered in flames. Its body looked like a giant bear, but it wasn't the same. The black flame beast let out a roar and stared at Wang Lin with its fiery red eyes. It charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he swung the celestial sword in his hand. A ray of sword energy landed on the beast's body. With a bang, the beast was forced back several steps, and a deep wound appeared on its chest. However, the wound quickly healed. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and a restriction banner appeared in his hand. With a shake of his hand, countless strands of restriction gas scattered in all directions. He softly shouted, "Seal." The restriction gas turned into black spears and shot out like crazy like a rain of spears. After several bangs, black spears were nailed to the sides of the black flame beast, sealing off all its escape routes. Wang Lin pointed with his right hand and softly said, "Explode." Boom! With a loud bang, all of the restriction gas spears exploded, and a wave of heat spread out in all directions. The moment the heat wave hit his face, a soul flag flew out from Wang Lin's bag of holding. This wasn't the 1 billion soul flag, but the 1,000 soul flag that Wang Lin had refined himself. However, with Li Yuanfeng's soul as the main soul flag, its power had become extremely strong. The soul flag shook and thousands of soul fragments flew out. The soul fragment at the front was Li Yuanfeng. His consciousness had long been taken away by Wang Lin, and he was now the primary soul sealed inside the soul flag. Destroy. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and the thousands of soul fragments let out miserable screams. Under the lead of Li Yuanfeng's soul transformation primary soul, the soul fragments charged toward the black flame beast that had just escaped from the explosion of the restriction. After doing all of this, Wang Lin looked at the giant demon clan ancestor. With the giant demon clan ancestor's early-stage soul transformation cultivation, Wang Lin didn't believe that the giant demon clan ancestor only had a few tricks up his sleeves. The giant demon clan ancestor must have a reason for retreating here. The giant demon clan ancestor took a deep breath. His hand formed a seal, and a giant seal appeared before him. He let out a roar and pushed his hand forward. The seal flew into the air, turned into countless small seals, and disappeared. At the same time, the ancestor's body moved. He floated into the air and knelt down on the ground. He bowed toward the sky and shouted, "The 67th generation of the giant demon clan, take out the treasure left behind by our ancestor and save the giant demon clan from this calamity." After he spoke, the sky suddenly darkened. At this moment, the entire giant demon clan began to tremble. There was a mountain in the eastern part of the giant demon clan. This mountain was very tall and was the tallest mountain in the entire giant demon clan. From afar, it looked like it pierced through the clouds. At this moment, the mountain suddenly split in half and a giant axe glowing red slowly rose into the air. The giant demon clan ancestor revealed a look of respect that he had never shown before. He reached out, and the red axe flew into the giant demon clan ancestor's hand. In an instant, strands of red lightning came from the axe and surrounded the giant demon clan ancestor's body. His hair moved without any wind, and a powerful aura that he had never felt before appeared around him. Wang Lin, when my giant demon clan moved to Suzuku, our ancestor used this axe to break open the heavens and earth. He went to the Forsaken Immortal clan and killed 2 nine-leaf shamans in exchange for the right to live here forever. Although our ancestor is missing, this axe is still here. Wang Lin looked at the giant axe in the giant demon clan ancestor's hand. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the body he saw under Serene and Zhao. Chapter 4:01. The giant demon clan ancestor held the red axe in his right hand. At this moment, he looked completely different from before. It was as if holding the axe had turned him into a completely different person. Strands of red aura came out from the axe and drilled into the giant demon clan ancestor's arm. Strands of red aura came out from the giant demon clan ancestor's orifices. From a distance, he looked extremely ferocious. The red aura didn't condense before him. It was absorbed by the axe, forming a cycle. The red aura entered the ancestor's body from the axe and was absorbed by the axe. Every breath of time this process continued. The giant demon clan ancestor's aura became stronger and stronger. He floated in the air and looked down at Wang Lin with a grin on his face. The left arm that was cut off by Su Ligua also released strands of red aura and formed a red arm. With a roar, the giant demon clan ancestor threw the axe in his right hand forward. At the same time, his left hand that was formed from the red aura grabbed the axe. At this moment, there was a flash of red aura. The giant demon clan ancestor shouted, "Wang Lin, accept your death." As the giant demon clan ancestor roared, he stepped forward, raised the axe in his hand, and swung it down like crazy. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Wang Lin and swung the axe down. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He raised the celestial sword in his hand and collided with the red axe. Boom! A sound that shook the heavens and earth came from where the axe and the sword collided. Wang Lin felt a powerful force come from the axe. His body trembled, blood came out from the corner of his mouth, and he was forced back. This time, he was forced back 1,000 feet. As for the giant demon clan ancestor, he coughed out a mouthful of blood, but his feet seemed to be rooted to the ground, and he didn't move a single step. However, his body began to shrink at a rate visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he had shrunk by a third. Although the current giant demon clan ancestor wasn't just a bag of bones, he didn't look as strong as before. A roar came from the mouth of the giant demon clan ancestor. At this moment, he was like an ancient beast. His eyes were bright red as he held the giant axe in his hand. He took a step forward and turned into a bolt of red lightning that charged at Wang Lin. "Wang Lin, you brat, die!" The giant demon clan ancestor raised his axe again and chopped down. As Wang Lin retreated, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. His right hand formed a seal and grasped forward. He softly said, "Honorable Soul Banner." The sky suddenly darkened, as if all the light had gathered in front of Wang Lin. A huge soul banner that was more than 30 feet tall and looked like a flickering flame appeared in his hand. This soul banner was 30 feet tall but its cloth was even whiter. It was completely purple, and there were 12 flashes of golden light on it. The moment the soul banner appeared, countless howling sounds came from the ground. It was as if there were countless ghosts howling. Strands of black gas rose from the ground and escaped in all directions. At this moment, the sky was dark and gloomy, as if black sand had covered the sky and the sun and moon had fallen. The giant Demon Clan ancestor's lightning-fast charge suddenly slowed down. The giant axe in his hand let out a violent buzzing sound. The giant Demon Clan ancestor's red eyes revealed a trace of terror and deeply hidden fear. This is the soul-refining sex. The giant Demon Clan ancestor sucked in a breath of cold air. He vaguely recognized the origin of the soul-refining sect, but he didn't dare to believe it. After all, the soul-refining sect ancestor's soul banner in his memory would never appear in Wang Lin's hand. However, this soul-refining sect soul banner looked exactly the same as the one in his memory, so he had no choice but to believe it. This was the first time the 1 billion soul banner had been summoned by Wang Lin. At this moment, at the border of the giant demon clan, the woman in purple that had been watching the battle suddenly frowned and muttered to herself, Du Tian kicked me out of the soul-refining sect because he wanted Wang Lin to inherit the 1 billion soul banner. Although it's just an illusion, its power isn't something the giant demon clan ancestor can resist. The woman in purple let out a sigh. She had searched for Wang Lin's Dao heart for a long time, but she couldn't find anything. She could only use her secret technique when he was unconscious. Thinking about this, she took a step forward and was about to go over. However, just at this moment, she suddenly stopped and looked into the distance. A purple-robed man wearing a straw hat walked over from afar, step by step. Lady Lu Mei, your opponent is me. Before the burly man even arrived, his voice arrived first. The woman in purple looked at the burly man and softly said, Since you have Uncle Master Young Straw Hat, I presume you are one of the 4 people Uncle Master chose. However, with your mere mid-stage soul formation cultivation, it's not enough to stop me. The burly man laughed and said, Lady Lu Mei's cultivation is heaven-defying, so I'm naturally no match for you. However, since Yunk Zi ordered me to do so, I don't dare to disobey him. How about you drink with me, and I'll go back to report. That way, I'll have an excuse. The woman in purple tucked her hair behind her ear, which was blown away by the breeze. She smiled like a blooming lily and covered her mouth, she covered her mouth and said, You're an interesting person, but you have to wait a bit. After I go help the giant demon clan ancestor, I'll drink with you. The burly man shook his head and smiled. No, Wang Lin is an old friend of mine. How can I let you leave? The woman in purple let out a sigh. She looked at the burly man and softly said, You can leave. I don't want to hurt you. With that, she moved and was about to leave. The burly man sat down in the lotus position and his hands formed a seal. His origin soul moved and his domain appeared. Behind him, the shadow of a young man appeared. The young man had delicate features, and when he appeared, he looked at the big man with a look of admiration. The purple-robed woman's footsteps came to a halt once again. She turned around and stared at the big man. Her previous charming expression was swept away, and her eyes revealed a trace of coldness and ruthlessness. She said in a soft voice, severing emotions, No wonder Martial Uncle has taken a fancy to you. It turns out that you have comprehended this concept. Such great perseverance, such a cruel heart. Comprehending the relationship between a master and his disciple. Using his will to move, using his will to accept a disciple, using his love to raise a child, using kindness to show kindness, using his heart to love, and using his sorrow to enter the soul. Everything he did was to fully immerse himself in the relationship between a master and his disciple. When he finally comprehended his domain and was about to reach the soul formation stage, that would be the day he would kill his disciple. He would personally kill the disciple that he had placed all of his heart and soul into. Moreover, he couldn't just kill him with one blade. He would have to experience endless pain and let his heart experience bone-piercing pain again and again. Only then would he be able to reach the final step of entering the soul with sorrow. Although it seemed to be filled with emotion, it was actually filled with ruthlessness. However, this ruthlessness contained true feelings. This kind of realm was not something a normal person could comprehend. When Wang Lin saw this person back then, he couldn't help but sigh. He himself couldn't do this. Wang Lin held the 1 billion soul flag in his hand, and his origin soul fused with the flag. With a thought, the 1 billion soul flag began to move without any wind. A thunderous roar came from the 1 billion soul flag. Countless souls rushed out of the soul flag. Under the lead of the 12 purple gold soul transformation primary souls, they roared as they came out of the soul flag. The giant demon clan ancestor's expression changed greatly. He didn't think that Wang Lin would have this kind of treasure. He felt bitter in his heart. If he knew this was going to happen, he wouldn't have started a fight with Wang Lin. Escaping would have been the best choice. However, the arrow was knocked on the bowstring, and he had no choice but to shoot. If he retreated now, only death would be waiting for him. He had to fight. There was a hint of madness in the giant demon clan ancestor's eyes. He let out a roar and charged forward once more. This time, he moved even faster than before. He raised the giant axe and shouted, "Ancestor, please protect me and help me kill this person." At this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. This bolt of lightning was red, and as it moved, the earth seemed to be dyed blood red. The giant demon clan ancestor was the person holding this bolt of lightning. However, under the might of the lightning, his figure became insignificant. At this moment, there was only one bolt of lightning in the sky, and it suddenly descended toward Wang Lin. As the lightning descended, the figure of the red axe was revealed. Wang Lin stared at the red light before him. His eyes were calm as he pointed forward and said, "Soul flag, incense." The billions of soul fragments closed in. As the red lightning closed in, the 12 primary souls charged out. They were like 12 soul transformation cultivators. The 12 primary souls all formed seals, and various spells appeared. A golden line immediately appeared in the bodies of the 12 purple gold primary souls. It connected and formed an inescapable net, trapping the red lightning inside. At the same time, the hundreds of millions of souls around the inescapable net seemed to have received the call of the main soul. They immediately came from all directions, bringing with them an aura that seemed to be able to break through the heavens and the earth with a loud rumble. If one looked from above, the 12 primary souls formed a circle. Outside the circle was an endless amount of soul fragments. At this moment, all of the soul fragments charged into the circle. Boom, boom, boom. As the soul fragments entered, the heavens and earth shook. It was impossible to see what was happening inside. One could only occasionally hear the miserable cries of the giant demon clan ancestor. However, just at this moment, a ray of red light shot out like it was going to split open the sky. The giant demon clan ancestor was now nothing more than skin and bones, as if there was no vitality left in him. He held the giant axe and charged out. After he appeared, he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes dimmed as he viciously looked at Wang Lin. He was about to escape, but it was too late. The countless soul fragments charged at Wang Lin once more. The 12 primary souls let out ferocious laughs and charged at Wang Lin once more. Chapter 402. The giant demon clan ancestor let out a bitter smile. This 1 billion soul flag could even block an ascendant cultivator, let alone him. Although he had the ancestor's battle axe in his hand, he couldn't use its full power with his current cultivation. His eyes lit up, and he let out a roar. He threw the giant axe at Wang Lin. This giant axe broke through all soul fragments. It was as fast as lightning and arrived before Wang Lin in the blink of an eye. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but there was no trace of fear on his face. The moment the axe closed in, he used the celestial sword to block it. Bang! Blood flowed out from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth once more, and he was pushed back several dozen feet. As for the axe, it was knocked away and landed on the ground 1,000 feet away. The giant demon clan ancestor's face was pale and filled with madness. He viciously looked at Wang Lin. Then he raised his hand and took a deep breath. His origin soul trembled as he shouted, "Bloodline ability!" The reason he hadn't used his bloodline ability was because if he used it before his body was completely possessed, it would cause unimaginable damage to his origin soul. There was even a high chance that his origin soul would collapse, which was no different from suicide. Innate divine abilities could only be used after the physical body was completely fused together. That was because the powerful backlash would be absorbed by the physical body. Although the amount that was truly transmitted to the Yuan spirit was not small, it was still bearable. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he looked at the giant demon clan ancestor. Without a word, he pointed at the soul flag again, and a large amount of soul fragments flew out. Wang Lin had to kill this giant demon clan ancestor. This person knew that Wang Lin had the heaven-defying bead, so he couldn't be allowed to live. The entire sky seemed to be moved by a pair of invisible hands. In the blink of an eye, a giant black vortex appeared above the giant demon clan ancestor. This scene was exactly the same as the one Wang Lin saw the giant demon clan ancestor use in his battle against Sun Tai. At this moment, countless soul fragments surrounded the giant demon clan ancestor. Waves of muffled groans could be heard as the giant demon clan ancestor began to laugh like crazy. The madness in his laughter was very obvious. The giant whirlpool suddenly began to spin, and an unimaginable suction force appeared. The moment this suction force appeared, some of the souls around the giant demon clan ancestor let out miserable screams as they were sucked into the whirlpool. Wang Lin felt a huge suction force enveloping his body, and his body involuntarily flew towards the vortex. Wang Lin, the old man will trap you in the starry sky, even if his primordial spirit collapses. The giant demon clan ancestor shouted. The countless soul fragments inside his body, especially the 12 soul transformation soul fragments, entered his body and began to devour his origin soul. His body had already lost all of its flesh and blood. His origin soul was also shattered and incomplete. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. As he was being pulled by the vortex, he turned around and looked at the giant demon clan ancestor. He revealed a meaningful smile and softly said, "Devour." The moment those words came out, the speed at which the giant demon clan ancestor devoured the soul increased. The giant demon clan ancestor let out a miserable groan as his origin soul collapsed and disappeared. The giant demon clan ancestor had died, just like that. However, his bloodline ability had already been activated, so Wang Lin's body was immediately sucked into the whirlpool. The moment he was sucked in, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and all of the soul fragments rushed into him. They formed a giant soul chain that locked his body and resisted the whirlpool. Borrowing the moment the soul chain resisted, Wang Lin's hand formed a seal and activated the formation he had placed in the valley. At this moment, the suction force from the whirlpool increased. He let out a roar and recalled all of the soul fragments. Of course, he wouldn't let go of the giant demon clan ancestor's bag of holding. After putting away all of the items, Wang Lin felt the suction force increase, and he couldn't stay any longer. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and his gaze fell on the giant axe that was 1,000 feet away. He raised his right hand and made a grasping motion. The giant axe immediately released a resisting force. Wang Lin was surprised. At this moment, his body was being sucked into the whirlpool. Wang Lin raised his right hand again, gathered all of his spiritual energy, and said, "Collect." The axe once again tried to resist, but this time it was grabbed by Wang Lin and pulled to the side. The axe struggled even more as if it wanted to break free from Wang Lin's grasp. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He pointed with his left hand, and a few golden-purple soul fragments flew out. They wrapped around the axe and flew toward Wang Lin. At this moment, half of Wang Lin's body had already entered the whirlpool. The moment he was completely submerged, he grabbed the axe and put it away. Then he was sucked into the whirlpool and disappeared from Suzaku. Shortly after, the whirlpool disappeared. The only thing left on the ground was the broken corpse of the giant demon clan ancestor. Even until his death, he didn't have a chance to release the seal on his clan. He could only watch as the giant demon clan fell. Wang Lin's figure suddenly appeared in the void outside of Suzaku. His face was pale, without a trace of blood. What a powerful bloodline. If the giant demon clan ancestor was at the mid or late stage of soul transformation, then the formation ancestor Du Tian gave me wouldn't be able to stop him. Wang Lin pondered a bit before slapping his bag of holding, and the star compass flew out. He sat on the star compass and quickly flew towards Suzaku. Li Yuanfeng and the giant demon clan ancestor are both dead. I believe the country of Rosefinch will soon find out about this. Right now, the most important thing is to help Wan air pass her second cycle of reincarnation. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and the star compass flew even faster. Half a month later, Suzaku appeared in the distance. From a distance, Suzaku was simply too small. Beside it was an even smaller planet. That was where Wang Lin was teleported to when he returned from the celestial realm. Wang Lin pondered a bit. With a thought, the star compass changed directions and flew toward the smaller planet. The star compass was like a meteor as it flew into the smaller planet. After passing through Shockwave, Wang Lin immediately saw an endless mountain range below him. The star compass had already lost its effect in the air, so Wang Lin jumped off it. He waved his hand, and the star compass returned to his bag of holding. Then his figure moved like lightning and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 5,000 kilometers away. The spiritual energy here wasn't as dense as Suzaku. Not only was it scattered, but it also contained a lot of impurities. It wasn't suitable for cultivation. Along the way, Wang Lin didn't feel like this place was unfamiliar. He moved very fast and arrived at the top of a large mountain range one day later. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and saw a transfer array at the top of the mountain. This formation is still there. Wang Lin stopped outside the transfer array and looked at it for a bit. When he left the celestial realm, he was teleported here from this transfer array. Similarly, when he left this place, he used this transfer array to leave. I killed Li Yuanfeng and the giant demon clan ancestor, so it will definitely attract some attention. I won't go back for now. I'll cultivate here for a few years and then quietly go back. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he sat down in the lotus position. His body split into two. His original body and avatar separated. His original body's eyes were cold as he took a step and sank into the ground. This planet was only 1/10 the size of planet Suzaku. His original body was a 3-star ancient god, so he could withstand all the pressure. He directly entered the center of the planet and sat down in the endless magma. He began to cultivate and absorb the magma. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and a ray of red light flew out. It turned into a giant axe. This axe gave off a red glow and gave off an unimaginable killing intent. Wang Lin stared at the axe and pondered a bit. He wanted to leave a mark on it, but the moment his divine sense touched the axe, a powerful force came out and pushed Wang Lin's divine sense away. Interesting. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his hand formed a seal. His origin soul flew out from his body and faced the axe. He opened his mouth and inhaled. The axe trembled and turned into a ray of red light that was swallowed by his origin soul. At this moment, there were two things inside his nascent soul. One was the 1 billion soul flag, and the other was the axe that had turned into a red glow. His origin soul moved and returned to his body. This axe must have an axe soul inside it. I won't force it out, but I'll suppress it with the soul flag and refine it with my origin soul. I want to see how long this axe soul can last. Wang Lin sneered and took out a bag of holding. This bag of holding belonged to the giant demon clan ancestor. He touched it with his right hand and left his divine sense inside. After scanning it, the items inside became visible to him. There were a lot of good things inside the giant demon clan ancestor's bag of holding. There were a few dozen celestial jades and some top-quality spirit stones. There were naturally some magic treasures, but they were all decent and nothing too outstanding. After all, for the giant demon clan, their true magic treasures were their bodies, so they didn't use them much. However, there were two items that attracted Wang Lin's attention. One of them was a red jade bottle that was half filled with a blood-like liquid. Wang Lin smelled it and was sure it was blood. When he looked at the blood, he felt like he had seen it before. This jade bottle was placed in a corner of the bag of holding. Holding the jade bottle, Wang Lin pondered a bit. Then his eyes lit up. He remembered that when he wiped out the Tung family in Zhao, he found the same thing on Tung Yi. This thing contains a sliver of the blood of an ancient god. Back then, I used this blood to use a spell of the ancient god clan. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Although my original body cultivated the auspicious god method to become an ancient god, it was all on my own. Back then, I only inherited the memories of the ancient god, 2C. I didn't inherit any power, so I couldn't use some spells. Whether it is for my original body to absorb the blood or for me to use it, it is a rare item. No matter what price I have to pay in this battle, it will be worth it. Wang Lin took a deep breath and carefully placed the small bottle inside his bag of holding. Chapter 4:03. The other thing inside the giant Demon Clan ancestor's bag of holding that caught Wang Lin's attention was a formation wheel. This Dharma wheel wasn't big. It was only an inch wide. There was nothing special about it. There was no luster or spiritual energy on it. There were even some rust stains in some places. The reason Wang Lin noticed this thing was because Su Ligua told him that there was a soul sealed inside the Dharma wheel. Su Ligua begged Wang Lin to release the soul. Su Ligua's words caused Wang Lin to be on guard. Wang Lin's understanding of Su Ligua was very deep. After all, in a way, Su Ligua was created by him. Su Ligua's body contained the intelligence that wandering souls lacked. This intelligence had a lot to do with Su Ligua's transformation from a nascent soul cultivator into a devil. After that, Su Ligua's mind slowly recovered and became the devil sword spirit. Su Ligua's personality was timid, but sometimes he was arrogant and unruly. All in all, he was a very complicated devil. The fact that this person would beg Wang Lin to release the soul of the Dharma wheel made Wang Lin very confused. Interesting. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. With his intelligence, after pondering for a bit, he was able to guess most of what happened. The giant demon clan ancestor must have used the soul inside the Dharma wheel to tempt Su Ligua. This was why Su Ligua was still thinking about it, even after he returned to Wang Lin's side. After looking at the Dharma wheel, Wang Lin took out the celestial sword from his bag of holding. The moment the celestial sword appeared, black fog appeared and turned into Su Ligua. The moment he appeared, he let out a strange cry. His eyes revealed a powerful light as he stared at the Dharma wheel. Su Ligua quickly said, "Master, this is the Dharma wheel. There is a soul inside it. Quickly, let her out." Wang Lin's expression didn't change as he slowly asked, "How do you know about the soul inside the Dharma wheel?" The giant demon clan ancestor summoned it. "Master, quickly let her out." Su Ligua revealed an anxious expression. Wang Lin looked at Su Ligua and asked, "What cultivation level does this soul have?" The anxiousness on Su Ligua's face became even stronger. He could faintly hear the fairy inside the wheel calling out to him, urging him to save her as soon as possible. Thus, he said rather impatiently, "It's just a soul without any cultivation. If you're going to save her, I'll do it myself." Su Ligua didn't realize that the moment he saw the Dharma wheel, he seemed to forget his fear of Wang Lin. Even his tone changed without him noticing. Wang Lin's eyes faintly lit up. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'll help you release this soul." With that, Wang Lin's hand formed a seal and shot out a ray of light that landed on the Dharma wheel. However, at this moment, a ray of green light suddenly appeared and dissolved the light that Wang Lin shot out. Wang Lin was surprised. He carefully looked at the Dharma wheel. There was nothing special about it before, but it was able to release a green light that dissolved the light. This caught Wang Lin's attention. When a green light flashed, Wang Lin didn't feel any spiritual energy fluctuations from the Dharma wheel. After carefully looking at it for a long time, Wang Lin waved his right hand and shot out another ray of light. He stared at the wheel and saw a strange symbol that was only 1/10 the size of a fingernail suddenly appear on the wheel. The symbol flashed and disappeared at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, the green light reappeared and dissolved the spiritual power. Interesting. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. At this moment, Su Ligua's patience had reached its limit. He didn't say anything, and his body flashed. He rushed out of the celestial sword and pounced toward the Dharma wheel. Wang Lin stared at Su Ligua. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Su Ligua's behavior was too strange. There was something fishy about it. The moment Su Ligua pounced toward the Dharma wheel, the symbol on the Dharma wheel flashed again. Suddenly, a green light appeared and flashed on Su Ligua's body. Su Ligua let out a muffled groan as he was bounced 10 feet away. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot. He let out a roar and was about to pounce again. Wang Lin's right hand pointed at the void, and suddenly, Su Ligua's body was imprisoned in the air. Su Ligua fiercely turned his head and stared at Wang Lin. He roared, "What are you doing? Let me out. I want to release her." Wang Lin coldly swept a glance at Su Ligua. Su Ligua's body suddenly trembled. A trace of clarity appeared in his eyes. He immediately looked at the Dharma wheel and said, "Master, Master, you can't blame me. When I saw the Dharma wheel, I felt like I couldn't control myself." Wang Lin no longer paid attention to Su Ligua. He grabbed the Dharma wheel with his right hand and pressed his left thumb on the flashing symbol. At this time, the symbol appeared and flashed violently. A large amount of green light immediately emerged. Wang Lin lightly snorted. His thumb continued to press down without any hesitation. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, he broke through the green light and pressed his thumb on the Dharma wheel. After several cracking sounds, countless cracks appeared on the Dharma wheel. These cracks quickly spread, and in the blink of an eye, the entire Dharma wheel was covered in cracks. With a bang, it shattered. In an instant, a dazzling red light shot out from within. At the same time, a bell-like laughter that was filled with boundless magic that could make one's heart flutter came from within the red light. This laughter was filled with a strange power. The light that imprisoned Su Ligua was like snow meeting the blazing sun and quickly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, Su Ligua regained his freedom. His eyes revealed a lustful expression as he quickly flew toward the red light. The red light flashed and turned into a beautiful woman. This woman only had a thin layer of clothing covering her body, revealing a large portion of her skin. At this moment, she looked at Su Ligua and giggled. "Big brother Su, little sister has been waiting for you for a long time. Why did you only save me now?" With that, she raised her jade-like finger and pointed at the incoming Su Ligua. Her expression made it seem as if she was acting coquettishly with her lover. A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. When this woman appeared, his mind couldn't help but tremble. Fortunately, he had cultivated the soul lock technique, and his mind was connected to the 1 billion soul flag, so he was able to quickly recover. However, just this alone was enough to make him fearful. It has to be said that if he was distracted for even a moment during a battle, then what awaited him would be eternal damnation. "You dare to use such a demonic technique in front of me?" Wang Lin coldly snorted. His voice echoed in the ears of Su Ligua and the woman like thunder. Su Ligua's body trembled, and his eyes immediately became clear. He was a devil to begin with, so Wang Lin's 2 reminders immediately caused him to react. His heart was filled with shock, and he quickly retreated. The woman suddenly turned around and stared at Wang Lin. She suddenly revealed a charming smile. At this moment, it was as if all the light in the area had disappeared, leaving behind only her smile. The woman's eyelashes trembled, and she seemed to be filled with grief as she softly said, "What a ruthless person. It's not like I offended you." Her voice contained a mysterious power. When it landed in Wang Lin's ears, his mind trembled again. As for Su Ligua, his body trembled and the clarity in his eyes disappeared. His gaze was once again filled with lust. The woman let out a proud smile. Her body moved, and her right hand reached out. She quickly arrived in front of Wang Lin and reached toward Wang Lin's forehead. However, just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly became clear, along with a hint of contempt. The woman let out a scream and realized that something was wrong. Just as she was about to retreat, Wang Lin waved his hand and the soul flag appeared. Li Yuanfeng, the soul transformation primary soul, appeared and charged out with several soul fragments. The woman let out another cry of alarm and retreated without any hesitation. Li Yuanfeng's soul immediately charged out and surrounded the woman along with the vassal souls. Just as they were about to devour her, the woman's eyes revealed a strange light. She smiled charmingly and softly said, "Brothers, why are you doing this? We aren't enemies." Even Li Yuanfeng's soul trembled, and his face revealed a trace of confusion. The other soul fragments were even worse. They all stopped what they were doing and stared blankly at the woman. "He bullied me. Can you guys help me kill him? After killing him, I'll accompany you guys." The woman's face turned red. After she spoke, Li Yuanfeng's body trembled. He turned around and charged toward Wang Lin along with the other soul fragments. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. He didn't even look at the soul fragments. Instead, he pointed behind him, and Su Ligua let out a scream. He had been tempted by the woman behind Wang Lin and was about to sneak attack Wang Lin when he was injured by Wang Lin's point. The black gas around his body dissipated, and he quickly retreated. His eyes became clear once more. This time, it was his fear of Wang Lin that defeated the woman's confusion. He cursed in his heart and immediately frowned. He wondered how he could have lost his mind and attacked that fiend. Now all the credit he earned from killing the giant demon clan ancestor had gone down the drain. The more Su Ligua thought about it, the angrier he became. He pointed at the woman and shouted, "Bitch, it's all because of you." The woman's expression was filled with sadness. Just as she was about to speak, Li Yuanfeng's soul fragment and the other soul fragments arrived. Wang Lin pointed at the air, and with a thought, the soul fragments all let out miserable groans and scattered, including Li Yuanfeng's soul fragment. "Enough! Come here!" Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and the woman let out a scream. She wanted to dodge, but it was as if her body was caught by an invisible hand. She was pulled in front of Wang Lin. After carefully looking at the woman, Wang Lin gradually noticed something. This woman's soul contained a domain. This domain was very strong and could confuse anything in the world. A soul fragment with a domain. Interesting. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. "What is your name?" The woman struggled for a while. She stared at Wang Lin and said, "I didn't offend you, so why are you holding on to me?" Her soft panting had a strange charm to it. Wang Lin coldly looked at the woman and pointed between her eyebrows. The woman suddenly revealed a painful expression and let out a miserable scream. Her body emitted black smoke as if she could dissipate at any moment. The woman quickly said, "Meiji, my name is Meiji." She looked at Wang Lin with fear in her eyes. Chapter 404. Ever since she gained consciousness, everyone she met was charmed by her. Even the giant demon clan ancestor was charmed by her. Although he regained his consciousness, he couldn't do anything to her and could only seal her. After she was sealed, she wanted to find a chance to escape until she met Su Ligua. She easily charmed Su Ligua, and Su Ligua worked hard to save her. However, she didn't think that there would be someone like this man in front of her. All of her charms were useless against him, and he even had the heart to hurt her. Wang Lin coldly asked, "What is going on with the domain inside your body?" The reason he wasn't charmed by this woman was because of his life experience and the soul-locking technique. In his 500 years of cultivation, Wang Lin had never been close to a woman. His will was far stronger than the giant demon clan ancestors. At the same time, the soul-locking technique was the ultimate technique of the soul-refining sect. Aside from being able to control the soul flag, it also had the ability to block all evil. It was because of this that he could control 1 billion souls without worrying about being devoured. The woman looked at Wang Lin with fear. She no longer dared to use her domain and whispered, "I don't know why, but when I woke up, this domain naturally appeared inside my body. Wang Lin pondered a bit. From what he could see, this woman was only at the core formation stage, but the domain inside her body was able to charm even a soul transformation cultivator like Li Yuanfeng. This was very strange. This woman must be the remnant soul of a senior cultivator. That's why she has such a powerful domain. This domain is related to the silver enchantment technique, so it should be something similar. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His right hand formed a seal and placed a seal on the woman. Then, he waved the soul flag and put the woman inside. Su Ligua quickly revealed a fawning expression and carefully said, "Master, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first." With that, his body turned into black smoke and immediately went back into the celestial sword, not daring to come out. Wang Lin found it funny and ignored Su Ligua. He took a deep breath and slapped his bag of holding. The immortal jade pagoda flew out and landed on an empty space nearby. In the blink of an eye, it grew bigger. Zhou Yi's divine sense immediately spread out, covering 100 miles. As soon as the pagoda appeared, Zhou Ru immediately ran out. After seeing Wang Lin, she pouted in dissatisfaction and said, "Bad uncle, you're a bad uncle. I don't like you anymore." Xiaobai lowered its head and followed behind Zhou Ru. After it appeared, it immediately laid down on the ground. Although its body was covered in fur, it was not an exaggeration to say that it was emaciated. To think that I, a dignified tiger spirit, would eat fruits every day for the past few months. Furthermore, I can't even eat my fill. I can only eat one a day, and I can't even smell the smell of meat. How sad. Xiaobai weakly let out a low roar. Its tiger eyes almost shed tears. There were a few times when it almost couldn't help but eat Zhou Ru. However, when it thought about how Wang Lin would deal with it after eating her, it immediately gave up on the idea. Most importantly, as time passed, it could sense that there was a terrifying power slowly growing inside Zhou Ru's body. It was worried that before it could eat her, this little girl would use it as a snack. "Bad uncle, look, Xiaobai has become thinner. We've been eating fruits for months." Zhou Ru stared at Wang Lin, very dissatisfied. In fact, it wasn't just Xiaobai. Even she had lost a lot of weight. Wang Lin touched his nose. He had indeed forgotten about this. After all, he hadn't eaten mortal food for more than 400 years. At that moment, he didn't even remember that Zhou Ru still needed to eat. Fortunately, when he sent Zhou Ru in, he had taken a lot of fruits as snacks for her. In addition, the pagoda was filled with celestial energy. As long as one didn't actively absorb it and let it slowly nourish the body, it could have some effects similar to fasting. Wang Lin's forehead was covered in sweat. Even when he met a soul transformation old monster, he didn't feel this awkward and speechless. Hearing Zhou Ru's words, he could only smile bitterly. This is Uncle's negligence. I won't forget next time." Wang Lin quickly promised. Zhou Ru rolled her eyes at Wang Lin and pouted. "Uncle's promises never count. Last time, you promised to give me a big tiger, but it wasn't realistic. This time, you're promising again. I don't believe you." Wang Lin smiled bitterly. "Okay, little Ru'er, Uncle will take you to catch a big tiger. I remember there should be some demon beasts here." Zhou Ru was a child after all. Hearing this, she immediately smiled and clapped her hands. "Uncle, you have to keep your promise this time. Let's go now." Wang Lin's eyes revealed a trace of tenderness. He rubbed Zhou Ru's head and smiled. "Let's go now." Zhou Ru immediately nodded. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Uncle, I don't know why, but I've been dreaming every day recently. In my dreams, I often see a big sister with you. That big sister looks very familiar. It's really strange." Wang Lin's body and mind shook. He looked down at Zhou Ru carefully. After a while, he sighed. He looked up at the sky and muttered, "Wan Er, in 6 years, you can fully awaken." Zhou Ru looked at Wang Lin. Her eyes suddenly revealed a trace of undetectable fear. "Uncle, little Ru'er is a monster." Zhou Ru whispered. Little White was lying on the side. When it heard this, its big head immediately nodded a few times. It thought, she is indeed a monster. Otherwise, how could a dignified tiger spirit like me be bullied by a little girl like you? She even forced me to leave the forest and give up my group of beautiful tigresses. Sigh. Wang Lin was startled. He looked down and touched Zhou Ru's hair. He softly said, "Little Ru'er, what's wrong?" Tears flowed down from the corners of Zhou Ru's eyes. She cried, "Little Ru'er is a monster. Uncle, Little Ru'er is a monster." Actually, a year ago, Little Ru'er felt that there was a little person in her body. "Uncle, I'm scared." Wang Lin looked at Zhou Ru in a daze. He was speechless for a long time. After a while, he touched Zhou Ru's head and softly said, "Little Ru'er is not a monster. She is not." Zhou Ru threw herself into Wang Lin's arms. She grabbed his clothes and said, "Uncle, when I dream, I can feel that the little person in my body is moving. It's like the big sister in my dream is that little person. Uncle, Little Ru'er is scared. Can you take her out?" Her little hands tightly held onto Wang Lin's clothes. It was as if Wang Lin would disappear if she let go. She was scared. She could only use this kind of behavior to make herself feel safe. Wang Lin's body trembled. At this moment, he felt as if he had been electrocuted. "Why is it like this?" Wang Lin murmured to himself. His eyes revealed a complicated expression. Back then, he placed Li Muin's nascent soul inside the pregnant woman's body. This was a different kind of possession. The only difference was that the baby inside the pregnant woman's body hadn't developed a soul yet. It was only a lump of blood essence. Logically speaking, Li Muin was Zhou Ru, and Zhou Ru was Li Muin. But now, why was Zhou Ru rejecting Li Muin? Could it be that when Li Muin's nascent soul entered the pregnant woman's body, the baby already developed a soul? Wang Lin's body trembled. Back then, he was fighting against the heavenly Tao, so he didn't pay much attention. If that's really the case, then Li Muin's nascent soul will slowly devour Zhou Ru's soul in the future. Then, when it awakens, it will completely replace Zhou Ru and become the owner of this body. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with confusion. "Uncle, Xiaoru'er is scared. Can you quickly take her out?" Zhou Ru raised her head and said softly with tears flowing down her face. "Did I do something wrong?" Wang Lin looked at Zhou Ru. His heart felt a stabbing pain. "Xiaoru'er, don't be afraid. Just treat the little person inside your body as your big sister. It's fine." Wang Lin faintly smiled at Zhou Ru. This smile was filled with complex emotions. "Really? Uncle, you're not lying to me?" Zhou Ru's big eyes revealed a trace of virginity. Pure, clean, without any impurities. Aside from that, Wang Lin also saw a strong sense of attachment and trust in Zhou Ru's eyes. Really? The pain in Wang Lin's heart increased. He knew what he should choose, but sometimes choosing one life meant giving up another life. Why is it like this? Wang Lin's eyes were filled with pain. Although Zhou Ru was young, her heart was very sensitive. She looked at Wang Lin and buried her head in Wang Lin's chest. She said softly, "Uncle, don't be sad. Xiaoru'er feels sad seeing Uncle sad. I won't say anything in the future. I believe Uncle. If Uncle says it's fine, then it's fine. Uncle, let's not talk about this. Didn't you promise Xiaoru'er to catch a big tiger?" Wang Lin looked at Zhou Ru and nodded his head. He wiped the tears from her eyes and said softly, "Uncle will bring you to catch a big tiger." As he spoke, he carried Zhou Ru and leaped into the air. A smile appeared on Zhou Ru's face, but in Wang Lin's eyes, this smile was a silent cry. "Uncle, bring Xiao Bai." Xiao Bai is disobedient. This time, "Uncle, help me catch a big tiger." Let's see if Xiao Bai will be obedient in the future. If he still isn't obedient, I'll let the big tiger bite Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's body trembled, and he let out a sorrowful cry. He angrily thought to himself, "I'm a grand tiger spirit." Before he could finish his thought, he was grabbed by Wang Lin. With a sweep, he disappeared along with Wang Lin and Zhou Ru. "Uncle, Xiaoru'er is already sure san. There are some things that I understand. You are different from Grandpa Taiyin. When you look at Xiaoru'er, I can feel that you're not looking at me, but the little person in my body. But Grandpa Taiyin isn't like that. He's looking at me. I know that when you took me away from that bad Taoist, it wasn't because of me, but because of the little person in my body. The big sister I saw in my dreams was very beautiful. However, when Xiaoru grows up, she will definitely be even more beautiful than her. Uncle, don't leave me behind. As they flew, Zhouru's eyes were always on Wang Lin. She held back her tears and thought to herself. Chapter 4:05. On the moon, there were many mountains and few forests. From afar, it looked uninhabited. There were no mortals here. Even cultivators were extremely rare. After all, there weren't many cultivators who could break through the astral wind and step into the stars. They had to be at least at the infant transformation stage and had a star compass. Otherwise, it would be difficult to move in the vast space. Wang Lin took Zhou and Little White and galloped across the moon. The mountains passed by under their feet, and Zhou exclaimed from time to time. In a forest in the north of the moon, Wang Lin caught a big tiger for Zhou. The tiger was purple, 3 feet long, and had a shocking aura. However, what made Wang Lin feel strange was that the tiger's intelligence hadn't been awakened. It was far less intelligent than Little White. However, there was a strange power inside its body. When it roared, the sand and stones around it would fly. When it pounced, it could break gold and stones. It was similar to an earth cultivator in the later stage of the Foundation establishment realm. It was easy for Wang Lin to deal with this tiger. He left Zhou's mark on its soul so that it couldn't eat its master. Then, he gave it to Zhou. Zhou's love for this tiger immediately increased to the same level as Little White's. I'll call you Little Purple from now on, Zhou said happily as she clapped her hands and sat on Little Purple's back. Little White lowered its head and felt very disdainful. It thought to itself that it was a dignified tiger. How could it be compared to this stupid big guy in front of it? Thinking of this, it listlessly roared at the purple tiger. Unexpectedly, the purple tiger immediately shook its head and roared at Little White. This roar was full of impact and was earth-shattering. Little White whimpered, and all its fur stood up. It couldn't help but retreat a few feet. Its small eyes stared at the purple tiger in shock, and it didn't dare to move forward. Seeing this, Zhou clapped her hands happily and said, "Little White, you can't beat Little Purple." Wang Lin watched Zhou happily clamp the sheep and fell silent. To be exact, he didn't have much feelings for Zhou. If he did, it was only because he had watched her grow up. He felt like a father watching his own child. From the beginning to the end, the only person he cared about was Li Muan. The day Li Muan's nascent soul awakens is the day Zhou's soul is devoured. There is no possibility for the two of them to coexist. If Li Muan's nascent soul was extracted in advance, Zhou's death could be averted, but Li Muan would not be able to escape death. After all, Li Muan's nascent soul was still sleeping and recovering. If it was taken out before it woke up, it would immediately dissipate between heaven and earth. In Wang Lin's heart, he was well aware of who was more important and who was less important. There was no doubt about this. However, for the sake of his own selfish desires, for the sake of restoring Li Muan's nascent soul, he had to sacrifice the child. Wang Lin felt conflicted about that. Although he had killed countless people in his life, every time he killed someone, he asked himself if he was worthy of his heart and the world. Although he was a demon, he was not a demon that had lost his humanity. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Zhou was 15 years old, and there were still 4 years before Li Muan would wake up. In the past 2 years, Zhou's body gradually developed into a slender and elegant girl. In her dreams at night, Li Muan appeared more and more often. In the past 2 years, Wang Lin had been meditating, and the bitterness in his heart became stronger and stronger. Choosing Li Muan was an inevitable choice, but how to ensure Li Muan's nascent soul and not hurt the child at the same time was a problem he had been thinking about for the past 2 years. Zhou's words gradually decreased in the past 2 years. She often sat alone on Little Purple's back, followed by Little White, and stared at the sky in a daze. Little White, the big sister in my body, is slowly waking up. I can feel that when she completely wakes up, I'll leave. After I leave, Little White, you have to be obedient. I'll beg Uncle to send you back to the forest. Little White, will you miss me in the future? Zhou Ru whispered. Little White raised its head and looked at Zhou Ru with a complicated look in its eyes. Over the years, although Zhou Ru often bullied it, in fact, it could feel that Zhou Ru liked it very much. Sometimes when she saw Little Purple bullying it, she would side with it and teach it a lesson. All of this was seen by it. Although Little White was a tiger spirit, at this moment, it felt a little bitter. It looked at Zhou Ru and nodded its big head. Zhou Ru smiled and jumped down from Little Purple. She came to Little White, stroked its fur, and said softly, Little White, do you think Uncle will miss me after I leave? Little White growled and looked at Zhou Ru. Zhou Ru stroked Little White's fur and looked a little sad. She looked up at the figure sitting cross-legged on the top of the mountain in the distance and whispered in her heart, Uncle, Little Ru has thought it through. When you look at me every day, you're always looking at the sister in my body, not me. I know that she must be very important to you. Little Ru knows what to do. Zhou Ru's eyes were filled with tears. She looked at the silly Little Purple next to her and chuckled, Little Purple, after I leave, you will be free. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the top of the mountain, seemingly meditating, but in fact, he was looking at the sky. Heavenly Wei. Wang Lin, have fought against Heavenly Wei, but in the end, I was still played by Heavenly Wei. Wang Lin was silent. Uncle, can you come down? Zhou Ru's call came from below. Wang Lin looked down at Zhou Ru with a complicated look in his eyes. He stood up, jumped down, and came to Zhou Ru's side. Uncle, sit down. Little Ru wants to comb your hair. Zhou Ru smiled innocently, holding a wooden comb in her hand. This item was given to her by Tai Yin. Without waiting for Wang Lin to speak, she pulled Wang Lin to a big stone and asked Wang Lin to sit down. She stood behind him and carefully combed Wang Lin's hair with a wooden comb. Her expression was very serious. After a while, she said softly, Uncle, can you tell Little Ru the story between you and my sister? Wang Lin was silent. After a long time, he slowly nodded. A series of stories came out of his mouth and fell into Zhou Ru's ears. Her little hand combed Wang Lin's hair while she listened. Sometimes her body trembled, as if she had understood something. Uncle, if I die early, will Sister Wan not wake up? Zhou Ru put down the wooden comb and said softly. Wang Lin turned around and looked at Zhou Ru. His eyes revealed a trace of unfamiliarity. Zhou Ru raised her head and looked at Wang Lin with sadness in her eyes. She said softly, Uncle, in your eyes, is Little Ru just a body to help Sister Wan wake up? Ever since I was young, I've always treated you as my family, my uncle. I want you to look at me, not at Wan but at the real me, even if it's just once. Wang Lin looked at Zhou Ru. After a while, he slowly said, Little Ru you're tired. Go and rest. After saying that, he turned around and disappeared on the spot. The wooden comb in Zhou Ru's hand fell to the ground. She squatted down and cried. 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corners of her eyes. Uncle, I'm scared, Zhou Ru murmured in a low voice as she cried. Wang Lin's figure appeared in the distance. He trembled slightly, and the complicated expression in his eyes became more intense. Wan if it were you, what would you choose? Little White disappeared. It disappeared without a trace. However, Wang Lin saw it leave the mountain peak in the middle of the night and went far away. Zhou Ru was extremely sad about Little White's departure and fell seriously ill. She would often mutter to herself and call for Little White in her dreams. In Zhou Ru's young heart, although she often bullied Little White, she loved it very much. Even though she had Little Z, she still placed Little White in a very high position in her heart. Little White was her friend, her only friend. However, when Wang Lin wanted to find Little White, Zhou Ru stopped him. She looked at Wang Lin pleadingly and said softly, It's Little White's choice to leave. It should have a choice. Uncle, it's more fortunate than Little Ru It still has a choice. Don't look for it. Wang Lin's heart ached. He let out a long sigh and walked away quietly. He thought about how to satisfy both sides after 4 years. He already had a plan in his heart. Uncle doesn't want me anymore. Little White, you left me too. 1 month later, Zhou recovered from her illness. However, she was even more silent than before. She often looked into the distance in a daze. 2 months later, one morning, a tired but excited roar came from afar. Following that, Whitey's figure appeared in Zhou line of sight. In a few leaps, it arrived beside Zhou. In its mouth, there was a fiery red tree branch with a fruit on it. Little White was back. Zhou looked at Little White and cried tears of joy. Little White, you didn't leave me. Little White. Zhou hugged Little White and smiled happily as tears flowed down her face. Little White had become thinner. The fur on its body was damaged, and there were even some scratches on it. It was no longer as majestic as before. Instead, it was filled with fatigue. There was even a deep wound on its abdomen. Although the wound had already scabbed, blood still seeped out and wet its fur. Little White put down the tree branch in its mouth and licked Zhou with its tongue. Then, it shook its head and looked around cautiously. After confirming that Wang Lin was not around, it immediately pulled on Zhou clothes and used its claws to touch the fruit on the tree branch. Little White, what are you doing? Zhou was startled and picked up the fruit from the ground. Little White looked around and revealed an anxious expression. It nodded repeatedly, signaling Zhou to eat it quickly. Little White, do you want me to eat this? Zhou had interacted with Little White for a long time, so she naturally knew what it meant. Little White nodded repeatedly and revealed an anxious expression again. Zhou took the fruit and looked at it. Then she said softly, Little White, what fruit is this? This is the broken soul fruit. Wang Lin's voice came from afar. Little White's fur stood up, and it stood in front of Zhou. It stared into the distance and roared. Chapter 406. Wang Lin slowly walked over from afar. The moment Little White returned, he noticed it and immediately recognized what it was holding in its mouth. What a protective tiger spirit. Wang Lin glanced at Whitey. Fear appeared in Xiaobai's eyes, but it still bared its teeth and growled, standing in front of Zhou to protect her. With its skills, it could tell that there was a yuanying in Zhou's body. This yuanying was the source of its fear back then. Uncle, what is the broken soul fruit? Zhou asked softly as she stroked Whitey's fur. Wang Lin slowly said, although the Wan air within your body won't die after consuming this soul-shattering fruit, it will become extremely weak. Zhou was startled. She looked down at Whitey and said softly, Xiaobai, so you've been searching for this fruit for me these past few months. She sighed and threw the fruit to the side. The fruit rolled a few times and fell into the mountain stream. Uncle, don't hurt Little White, okay? Zhou raised her head and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin looked at Zhou, nodded, and turned to leave. Zhou pursed her lips and looked at Wang Lin's back. That figure was so unfamiliar. Uncle, don't worry. Xiaoru knows what to do. I will let you reunite with big sister Wan Air, Zhou said loudly. Wang Lin's body paused. After a moment of silence, he continued walking into the distance. Time passed quickly. Another 2 years had passed. On this day, in the immortal graveyard at the edge of Chu on planet Sizku, a thick, black mist suddenly came out from the giant pit. This black mist continued to surge upward until it reached the sky in the blink of an eye. As the black fog tumbled about, it turned into a strange plant. It was completely black and had countless huge leaves growing out of it. The leaves were filled with runic symbols, and they gave off a strange aura. Just at this moment, a giant golden net suddenly appeared in the sky. There were 5 afterimages of flying swords on the giant net, and they flickered between bright and dark. As soon as the golden net appeared, it immediately covered the giant plant that was constantly growing. As the rumbling sounds rang out, it forcefully suppressed the plant. My race is hidden for tens of thousands of years. Today, no one can stop my race from reappearing on the formation star. An ancient voice came from the pit in the immortal graveyard. Shortly after, an old man filled with age walked out from the pit. There were no runes on the old man's body, but there was a flickering silhouette of a plant between his brows. Upon closer inspection, the plant actually had 11 leaves. No, upon closer inspection, There was actually another leaf beneath the 11 leaves. Although it hadn't completely spread out, it was already 1/3 of the leaf. The moment the old man walked out of the deep pit, the 5 flying swords on the golden net let out earth-shattering sword hymns. Immediately after, 2 of them quickly rushed out of the golden net and stabbed toward the old man. The old man's expression was calm as he softly said, "The first generation of Rosefinch sacrificed himself and the lives of 9 mid-stage ascendant cultivators to create these 5 sealing swords that sealed my immortal graveyard for tens of thousands of years. Today, the old man can also sacrifice himself to allow my immortal graveyard to reappear. Absorb." His right hand pointed forward and a rune appeared in the air. This rune gave off a desolate aura and quickly spread out. The 2 flying swords suddenly trembled and began to struggle. They broke free from the power of the rune and quickly retreated. "Come back." The old man's eyes were calm, as if he had comprehended something. He waved his right hand and a thunderous rumble echoed through the sky. Countless runes appeared in the surroundings and intertwined with each other, as if they were splitting open the heavens. The 2 flying swords immediately stopped struggling. They were summoned by the old man and flew over at a speed faster than lightning. Bang! Bang! 2 sounds that shook the entire Suzaku could be heard. The 2 flying swords that were stabbed into the old man's chest trembled as if they wanted to break free, but they couldn't succeed. During the war back then, the old man was only a coward. He was powerless to reverse the situation and watched as countless of his clan members died. Although he was still alive, his heart was dead. The old man pointed at the golden net in the sky. Suddenly, 2 more flying swords flew over. Although they struggled intensely, they still couldn't break free. The old man guided them through the air and they stabbed into his body again. For tens of thousands of years, the old man should have died a long time ago, but my clan members treated me as their ancestor. Every year, they would provide me with talismans for me to devour. Countless members of my clan have died because of me. I am a sinner of my clan. The old man looked at the last flying sword on the golden net. He took a deep breath and reached out with his hand. The last flying sword suddenly began to struggle. However, with its strength, it obviously couldn't break free. With a bang, it shot out from the golden net and stabbed toward the old man. The old man is a sinner of the Forsaken Immortal clan, so he should die. Today, the old man has broken through to the 11-leaf stage and is about to reach the 12th leaf stage. He has reached the ascendant stage that the cultivators talk about. However, the old man's talent is limited and he can't absorb all of the talismans. He can't take that step. I've let down my ancestor and all of the clan members that I devoured to keep me alive. The last flying sword let out a violent sword hymn. With a point from the old man, the flying sword stabbed into the old man's forehead. The old man's eyes gradually dimmed. The old man is a sinner, but my death can be exchanged for the return of my clan. Let my body replace the Forsaken Immortal tree and be sealed by the 5 swords. Let my soul be sacrificed to allow my clan to reappear. The moment the old man's eyes disappeared, he viciously tore at the sky with his hand. A loud sound echoed across the entire Suzaku. The golden net seemed to be torn in half by a pair of invisible hands. The giant plant formed by the black fog charged out of the golden net and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it became something that could support the heavens. At the same time, the countless talismans in the surroundings suddenly scattered and disappeared. The old man's body slowly merged with the giant plant and disappeared. At this moment, more and more Forsaken Immortal clan members flew out from the pit. More and more Forsaken Immortal clan members appeared, and they all bowed toward the giant plant. Among these Forsaken Immortal clan members, there was a woman with a purple veil on her face. Her eyes were calm. "I hope you aren't lying to me. I want that Qian Feng to die without a burial." 50 kilometers away, a burly man wearing a straw hat looked at the giant plant and muttered to himself, "I hope you aren't lying to me. I hope you're not lying to me. I want the 4-sex alliance to reappear. Kill." A heaven-piercing roar came from the immortal graveyard. This wasn't a roar from one person. but the roar of countless forsaken immortal clan members. This roar pierced through the sky and spread across the earth. At this moment, an angry roar came from the top of Mount Rosefinch in the country of Rosefinch, where son Rosefinch was in closed-door cultivation. Shortly after, the closed-door cultivation cave at the top of the mountain collapsed into dust. The red-robed son Rosefinch suddenly appeared in the sky. His eyes were like torches as he looked at the immortal graveyard. His face was gloomy and extremely ugly. Remnants of the immortal graveyard, you're all courting death. Son Rosefinch's right hand reached out, and the clouds in the sky seemed to be pulled toward his hand. In the blink of an eye, a white token made of clouds appeared in Rosefinch's hand. His left hand hit the token, and it went from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, and it was endless. The old man, as the 14th generation Rosefinch's son, orders all the cultivation countries in Suzaku to begin the second war against the forsaken immortal clan. Those cloud tokens will immediately disappear. At the same time, deep within the heavenly jade sect in the country of Rosefinch, an old man with a head full of white hair walked out from his closed-door cultivation cave. He was wearing a black robe and was very skinny. However, his eyes shined brightly. At this moment, he raised his head toward the immortal graveyard, shook his head, and softly said, "The sky is going to change." This old man was the early-stage ascendant ancestor that was respected by all the disciples of the heavenly jade sect, Chu Yunfei. The Earth Soul sect was located in the western part of the country of Rosefinch. Deep under the Earth Soul sect sat a middle-aged man. At this moment, the man suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes revealed an ancient gaze, and he let out a sigh. This day has finally arrived, but I didn't think I would make it in time. Alas, the last sect in the country of Rosefinch, the Celestial Path. At this moment, there was nothing out of the ordinary. The ascendant ancestor of the immortal Tao was extremely mysterious. Apart from a limited number of people, practically no one knew where he was or what he looked like. Country of Pilu, the soul-refining sect, where Du Tian was in closed-door cultivation. He opened his eyes and revealed a sneer. Then he closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The calamity that was happening to Suzaku had nothing to do with Wang Lin. Right now, he was focused on fighting against the heavens for the second time, so that Li Muin's nascent soul could be born. There were only 2 more years until Li Muin awakened. During these 2 years, Zhou spent most of her time in silence. It was as if there was a deep barrier between her and Wang Lin. Wang Lin could feel that Li Muin's nascent soul was gradually awakening, and Zhou Ru's vitality was slowly disappearing. The moment her vitality completely disappeared would be the moment Li Muin completely devoured Zhou Ru's soul. However, Li Muin's nascent soul's growth rate had slowed down over the past year. It was as if it didn't want to grow and didn't want to devour Zhou Ru's soul. Wang Lin knew that this was because Li Muin had recovered some of her sanity. She knew all of this, so she didn't want to sacrifice a child to awaken herself. This was her choice, but it wasn't Wang Lin's choice. Wang Lin used the spirit force in his body to stop this phenomenon so that Li Muin's nascent soul could continue to grow. Wan Er, I know you don't want to devour this child. Trust me, I'll handle this well and won't hurt her. After you awaken, we'll send her back to her parents. What I want is your nascent soul, not this child's body. This was Wang Lin's promise to Li Muin. Chapter 407. Wang Lin had lied to Li Muin. There was no way he could protect Li Muin and prevent Zhou Ru's soul from dissipating at the same time. If he extracted Zhou Ru's soul prematurely, then this soulless body would produce a sense of death. Even if Li Muin's nascent soul could withstand it, it would have a great impact on her divine sense. In the end, it might even cause her nascent soul to collapse. This was only secondary. The important thing was that if he extracted Zhou Ru's soul prematurely, then the cycle of reincarnation would immediately descend. Because Zhou Ru's body would no longer be covered by her soul, Li Muin's nascent soul would be exposed to the eyes of the heavens. At that time, Li Muin's nascent soul would not be able to fully recover. Under the influence of the heavens, it would be greatly affected. The original plan wasn't to let Li Muin's nascent soul occupy the body of a baby. As it grew up, it would gradually produce a soul of Lim Yuan's own, allowing her to avoid the heavens. But now everything had changed. Aside from devouring Zhou Ru's soul, there was no other way to resolve this. This answer was a dead end that Wang Lin came up with after thinking for 4 years. In his heart, there was no doubt who was more important between Zhou Ru and Lim Yuan. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to sacrifice Zhou Ru to awaken Lim Yuan. This choice was very cruel. For Wang Lin, he couldn't bear to do it. However, he was an old monster that had cultivated for more than 500 years. His heart was much harder than an ordinary person's. After 4 years of thinking, his heart was as hard as steel. Zhou Ru, Wang Lin, will definitely repay this kindness. After you die, I will let your Zhou clan prosper for 10 generations. Wang Lin silently said in his heart as he looked at Zhou Ru, who was sitting on a rock in the distance. As if she had heard Wang Lin's voice, Zhou Ru's body trembled. She turned her head and looked at Wang Lin in the distance. 2 streams of tears flowed down from the corner of her eyes, and a smile appeared on her face. The last 2 years passed day by day. The arrival of the heavenly Tao was getting closer and closer. Ever since he came to the Moonstar, Wang Lin had never left. Naturally, he didn't know the great changes of the Rosefinch country in the past few years. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the flames of war were raging in Rosefinch country. The Forsaken Immortal clan sent out 4 rank 9 shamans. With their power equal to the Ascendant stage, they began a tug of war with Suzaku's cultivation country. At the same time, shocking news came from Suzaku, and most of these news had the word betrayal in it. The leading figures of the cultivation countries and the ancestors of the various sects all betrayed the country of Rosefinch. In many key battles, due to the betrayal of these cultivation countries and sects, the country of Rosefinch was forced to retreat. At this moment, a rumor began to spread across Suzaku. Countless years ago, the Forsaken Immortal clan had a secret technique. This technique could turn a Forsaken Immortal clan member into a cultivator by sacrificing a large amount of clan members. Over the countless years, the Forsaken Immortal clan had turned a total of 9 people into cultivators. Because they didn't have the Forsaken Immortal clan's body, they weren't sealed. They left the Forsaken Immortal clan and entered different cultivation sections. This was the Forsaken Immortal clan's most powerful killing move. The current Moonstar was much quieter than Suzaku. 2 years had passed in a flash. There were only 3 more months until the deadline. Zhou Ru hadn't said a word in a year. The amount of time she spent sleeping had increased, and now she was sleeping most of the time every day. Xiaobai stayed by her side the entire time. The sorrow in his pair of tiger eyes became more and more intense. As for Little Purple, it didn't understand any of this. It lay on the side and looked at Little White and Zhou Ru in confusion. Wang Lin's divine sense was always on Zhou Ru to observe the situation of Lim Yuan's nascent soul awakening. At the same time, he adjusted the spiritual energy in his body so that he was at his peak at all times to resist the heaven's reincarnation cycle. His original body in the magma underground was the same. He adjusted himself to his peak state. This time, Wang Lin wouldn't allow himself to fail. While Zhou Ru was sleeping, she would often murmur, "Uncle, I'm afraid." However, these words became less and less frequent. Most of the time, she would mumble some unintelligible words and tears would flow down her cheeks. The 19-year-old Zhou Ru had grown up. Although she didn't have a peerless beauty, she had a sense of innocence. During the last month, Zhou Ru slept for a long time. During this month, she didn't wake up. Lim Yuan's nascent soul had started to devour her soul. Little White and Little Purple were sealed by Wang Lin so that they wouldn't affect Lim Yuan's awakening. He stayed by Zhou Ru's side and looked at the sleeping little girl. He felt a stabbing pain in his heart. "Uncle, who are you?" "Uncle, thank you for saving me." "Uncle, you promised to catch a big tiger for me." "Uncle, I'm afraid. Can you take the little person out of my body?" The scenes of Zhou Ru flashed in his memory. After a while, Wang Lin let out a long sigh. The days passed slowly, and the last month gradually passed. The last day finally came. Wang Lin could clearly feel that Li Muin's nascent soul was about to wake up, and it was devouring Zhou Ru's soul. At this moment, gray clouds appeared in the sky above the moon star. The clouds appeared in the blink of an eye and gathered in large numbers. A gaze suddenly appeared in the clouds. This gaze was very familiar to Wang Lin. The heavenly Tao envoy from 19 years ago had arrived once again. The gaze swept past Wang Lin and landed on Zhou Ru. It suddenly emitted a bright glow. At the same time, its giant arm reached out from the clouds and grabbed at Zhou Ru at the speed of lightning. Wang Lin's eyes flickered. Without saying a word, he leaped into the air, formed a seal with his hands, and pointed forward. Suddenly, the life and death reincarnation scroll appeared in the sky. Wang Lin roared, "Scram!" A dense gray aura came from the life and death reincarnation scroll and gathered in front of Wang Lin. At this moment, the heavenly Tao envoy's giant arm arrived and collided with the gray aura. Boom! A world-shaking sound echoed out. The gray aura emitted by the life and death reincarnation scroll painting scattered in all directions, while the giant arm was repelled. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and with a thought, cracking sounds came from the ground. His original body chased after the giant arm and mercilessly hit it with his right hand. Bang! Another explosion rang out. The earth trembled and the sky collapsed. The giant arm had been destroyed by a single punch from his true body. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as he said, "This time, you still won't be able to take away Li Muin's soul." The eyes in the clouds didn't change. However, this time, two arms suddenly reached out from within. These arms had traces of red lightning flowing around them. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. This time, the heavenly Tao envoy had come again. It was clearly prepared. Two giant arms suddenly closed in, trying to grab Wang Lin and his original body. The original body let out a roar and turned into a giant more than 100 feet tall. The 3 stars between his eyebrows rotated like crazy. He took a step forward and swung his fist at the incoming attack. Boom! A fierce aura exploded out. The true body was covered in red lightning as he was sent flying back. He smashed into a mountain, causing it to collapse and turn to dust. The giant arm was forced back once more, but this time it didn't dissipate. As for Wang Lin, he formed a seal with both hands and pointed forward. The life and death reincarnation scroll in the sky suddenly shrank and descended from the sky, blocking in front of him. The giant arm directly grabbed the scroll. It paused for a moment before grabbing it and pulling it back. Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, "Tremble!" The life and death reincarnation scroll trembled, and a large amount of gray chi appeared. Sizzling sounds came from the arm, and a white mist rose up. In the end, the arm had no choice but to let go of the scroll and pull back. The eyes in the clouds mercilessly glanced at Zhou Ru, who was behind Wang Lin. Then they pulled back their arms and tore the clouds in front of them in half, revealing a giant face. This face looked ordinary, but when you looked at it, you would feel a trace of reverence. It represented dignity. It coldly stared at Wang Lin and opened its mouth. A gray light flew out, forming a giant wheel. As soon as the wheel appeared, the sky changed and the earth rumbled. Cracks spread out from where Wang Lin was. In the blink of an eye, everything within tens of thousands of kilometers was filled with cracks. A large amount of space cracks appeared in the sky. These cracks connected with each other, as if the sky was collapsing. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. With a thought, his original body immediately appeared and fused with him. The real Wang Lin appeared. The giant face did not even look at Wang Lin. It stretched out its arm and pushed the wheel. Suddenly, a strange sound came from the wheel. Following this, the sky and earth were immediately enveloped by a vast power. Wang Lin's expression changed. He was familiar with this power. It was the reincarnation force. Just as he was about to move, the reincarnation force in the sky and earth gathered from all directions and landed on Wang Lin's body. At this moment, the reincarnation force seemed to have turned into a prison, binding Wang Lin's body. He could not move his body at all. He could not even lift a finger. At this moment, after the giant hand finished moving the wheel, it reached down at lightning speed. Its target was Zhou Ru. No! Wang Lin could not move his body, but his heart was screaming crazily. He had worked so hard for 19 years just for this day. But now, he could only watch as the hand of the heavenly Tao was about to land on Zhou Ru and take away Li Muan's nascent soul. Chapter 408. At this moment, Wang Lin went crazy. His body couldn't move, but his primordial spirit could. Although it couldn't leave his body, his intent realm was still there. Suddenly, a huge image of the god of luck appeared in the sky. After the ancient god appeared, it grabbed the life and death reincarnation scroll, and with a shake, it unfolded completely. In an instant, a thick gray gas came out from the life and death reincarnation scroll. It didn't chase after the huge arm, but fused with the image of the god of luck behind it. The ancient god's image trembled. Suddenly, a trace of the aura of the messenger of the heavens appeared on its body. Its eyes revealed a merciless light. It immediately grabbed the arm of the messenger and pulled. Suddenly, the messenger of the heavens, who was hiding in the void with only its face exposed, was pulled out from the void by the ancient god. At this moment, a strange scene appeared in the sky. Two huge figures appeared at the same time. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning. After he saw the messenger of the heavens clearly, he was immediately startled. The body of a messenger of the heavens was almost the same as the image of the ancient god. However, what shocked Wang Lin was that there were 7 stars flashing on the forehead of the messenger of the heavens. However, 3 of them seemed to be sealed and emitted a dim light. When Wang Lin saw this scene, he suddenly had an inconceivable thought. Is this really the heavenly reincarnation Tao? Previously, when he saw the messenger of the heavens, he didn't have time to think about other things. However, at this moment, he suddenly remembered that the heavenly reincarnation Tao was originally an invisible law of the heavens. How could there be a messenger of the heavens? And this messenger was actually an ancient god. Everything that he saw today toppled Wang Lin's imagination. He suddenly asked himself, what is the heavenly Tao? After the messenger of the heavens appeared, his eyes revealed another color other than the coldness and ruthlessness. It was a trace of confusion. He looked at the image of the ancient god and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. However, in the end, he didn't say anything. His body moved, and his huge arm suddenly waved towards the image of the ancient god formed by Wang Lin's intent realm. Asterisk boom, asterisk, this loud bang echoed through the world and caused the entire moon to tremble. The area that was originally 10,000 kilometers wide began to shatter inch by inch with this tremble. From Wang Lin's position, he could clearly see that the ground within a radius of 10,000 kilometers had suddenly collapsed, forming a huge crater. In the center of the deep pit, only the place where Zhou Ru was lying was still intact. However, at this moment, it looked like a huge pillar standing alone. Zhou Ru's body emitted a gentle white light. The ancient god formed of intent was forced back several steps by the heavenly Tao emissary's punch. Wang Lin's body shook, and a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. His primordial spirit was on the verge of collapse. But at this moment, he knew that if he couldn't resist, Li Muan's nascent soul would definitely die. The ancient god formed by intent charged forward and punched out, clashing with the heavenly Tao emissary. Asterisk boom, asterisk, asterisk boom, asterisk, asterisk boom, asterisk, asterisk, one attack after another caused the entire moon to tremble. More and more blood flowed down from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. Just at this moment, the reincarnation force sealing his body loosened. Wang Lin let out a roar and immediately broke free. Die! Wang Lin roared. His body soared into the air, and his fist landed on the heavenly Tao emissary's body. The heavenly Tao emissary's eyes were filled with confusion. He waved his right hand and sent Wang Lin flying like a meteor. His fist landed on the heavenly Tao emissary's body, forcing him back several steps. The ancient god immediately took a step forward and chased after the heavenly Tao emissary and attacked once more. Wang Lin's body flew over from the distance. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with battle intent. Without saying a word, he charged out once more, fighting the heavenly Tao emissary alongside the heavenly Tao emissary. The heavenly Tao emissary was continuously pushed back. Only 4 stars were flashing on his forehead, which meant that his current strength was only 4-star G, or ancient god. You are not of my tribe. The heavenly Tao emissary spoke for the first time. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't be able to understand what he was saying, because he was speaking in the language of the ancient gods. Just as he said, the current Wang Lin couldn't be considered part of the ancient god tribe. No ancient god could cultivate inner strength. More importantly, no ancient god had ever possessed intent. It doesn't matter if I am or not. If you want to take Li Muan's nascent soul, I will not agree. Wang Lin also roared in the language of the ancient gods and punched out. The heavenly Tao emissary retreated again. The shadow of the ancient god followed. At this moment, the white glow around Zhou Ru's body became denser. Suddenly, a voice came out from Zhou Ru's body. Wang Lin, you lied to me. This voice was something that Wang Lin had never heard in 19 years. It belonged to Li Muan. Wang Lin's body trembled. He turned around and saw a scene that made him feel inconsolable. Wan air you? The white glow around Zhou Ru's body became extremely bright. Then, Zhou Ru's soul floated out from her body and was enveloped by the white glow. Wang Lin, Wan air wants to see you and stay with you. But Wan air is supposed to be a dead person. If I awaken at the cost of devouring this child's soul, it would be too cruel to her. In the past 19 years, I've felt this child grow up bit by bit. Seeing her is like seeing my own child. Big brother Wang, I can't bear it. Wan air is very silly and let you down. The moment Li Muan woke up, she stopped devouring Zhou Ru's soul. Instead, she used the power of her nascent soul to shake Zhou Ru's soul out of her body. Without Zhou Ru's soul, her body was already surrounded by the will of death. The moment Li Muan's nascent soul awakened, it was immediately exposed to the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, her nascent soul was slowly collapsing. Wang Lin's body moved and instantly appeared next to Zhou Ru's body. His right hand quickly touched Zhou Ru's forehead. Suddenly, Li Muan's nascent soul slowly rose from Zhou Ru's body. She opened her eyes and looked at Wang Lin. Her eyes were filled with tenderness from 19 years ago. Promise me that you will take good care of yourself, Li Muan said softly. She raised her hand to touch Wang Lin's body temperature. However, the moment her hand touched Wang Lin, it became transparent. There was a hint of sadness on her face. She looked at Wang Lin and softly said, Zhou Ru is just a child. Don't make things difficult for her. This is all my own choice. At that moment, the heavenly Tao envoy leaped up and passed by the ancient god formed by the will. He arrived above Wang Lin and reached out his right hand to grab the giant wheel that was still floating in the air. With a pull, the reincarnation force appeared once again. The wheel emitted a powerful suction force that enveloped Li Muan. Wang Lin suddenly raised his head. His eyes became extremely cold, and he said, Without my permission, forget the fact that you're not the Heaven's Tao. Even if you're the real Heaven's Tao, you could forget about taking her away before I die. He pointed at his forehead, and the heaven-defying bead appeared. With a wave of his right hand, Li Muan's nascent soul was absorbed by the heaven-defying bead. Then, it sank into his forehead and disappeared. The heavenly Tao envoy looked deeply at Wang Lin. After a while, his eyes revealed a hint of confusion, and his body slowly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the clouds in the sky disappeared along with the wheel. Wang Lin stared at Zhou Ru's body in a daze and began to laugh. However, his laughter was filled with sadness and madness. I, Wang Lin, have fought against the heavens and resisted the reincarnation cycle twice. I never thought that I would lose to the will of the heavens. The will of the heavens. The will of the heavens plays tricks on people. Wang Lin's right hand pointed at Zhou Ru's soul and threw her soul back in her body. Then he let out a laugh and disappeared over the horizon, leaving behind a burst of sad laughter that echoed across the sky. After Wang Lin left, Xiao Bai carefully flew over. He was originally sealed by Wang Lin, but the heavenly Tao envoy broke the seal and allowed him to escape. When he saw Wang Lin leave, he immediately flew to Zhou Ru's side. His eyes were filled with sadness, and he licked Zhou Ru's face. Zhou Ru muttered, "Xiao Bai, stop messing around. I want to sleep." Xiao Bai was startled and immediately let out a happy roar. He grabbed Zhou Ru's clothes, jumped up, and took her far away. A crazy person appeared on the moon. This person's hair was disheveled and his face was dirty. He often said the words, "Will of the heavens." Wherever he went, any demon beast that tried to block his path died. The will of the heavens. I, Wang Lin, have defeated the will of the heavens, but I was played by the will of the heavens. 1 year later, on a rainy and thunderous night, the crazy person stood at the peak of a towering mountain in the east of the moon and looked up at the sky. Rain poured down, sprinkling on the ground, landing on his body, and dripping down his cheeks. What is life? What is death? I, Wang Lin, have spent my life in slaughter. I comprehended the heavenly Tao of life and death when I turned into a mortal. I saw life as life and death as death. I knew that this rain came from the sky. I was born in the sky, and I will die in the earth. Senior Zhou Yi's infatuation, the awakening of the female immortal corpse, and the two of them were moved. He lived, she died, and he died, she lived. It made me understand the meaning of seeing life as not life, and seeing death as not death. The new life in the calamity made me feel the changes in life. Zhou Ru's wandering between life and death. One heirs death in life, and life in death. All of these good fortune of the will of the heavens made me, Wang Lin, finally understand that seeing life is still life. Seeing death is still death. 19 years, one heir, thank you for letting me understand. So the things in this world, if they are dead, then let them die. If they exist, then let them exist. Just like this rain, it was born in the sky, but it won't die in the earth. In the earth, it will be reborn. It will cause plants to grow, and it will cause rain and mist to spread. All of these changes are life. I can't let go of the souls of my parents, and I can't let go of your departure. In fact, I haven't been filial to my parents, and I've always been passive toward you. Although this feeling is real, it is more of a kind of responsibility, a kind of touching. The souls of Wang Lin's parents flew out from his forehead. They looked at Wang Lin kindly and slowly disappeared. Their souls didn't perish, but they entered another realm of life. Chapter 409. Little White. Where exactly is Uncle? Zhou Ru was sitting on Little White's back with a bunch of fruits in her hand. Little White shook its head and let out a roar in response. Ever since Zhou Ru woke up 1 year ago, she hadn't seen Wang Lin again. Only Little White accompanied her. At this moment, Little White was carrying Zhou Ru through a mountain range. Just at this moment, the ground suddenly trembled. Little White immediately became cautious and retreated several dozen feet. The trembling became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a creature that looked like an earthworm but had been magnified countless times came out of the ground. It let out a violent roar and pointed its head at Zhou Ru. The part of this creature that was exposed above the ground was more than 100 feet long. Its body was completely red and looked like a bamboo joint. It looked extremely terrifying. There was no fear on Zhou Ru's face. Instead, she was excited. She threw away the fruits in her hand and patted Little White's head. Little White, you have to look carefully this time. Whether or not you can find Uncle will depend on this. Little White rolled its eyes and let out a roar as it looked at the giant earthworm. This 30-meter-long earthworm's body moved, turning into an afterimage as it whistled through the air. It opened its mouth and ruthlessly charged toward Zhou Ruxiang. It was extremely fast and brought with it a fishy smell. Its mouth was wide open, and there were countless sharp teeth inside. If one was bitten by it, there would be no bones left. There was no fear on Zhou Ru's face. Instead, She became more and more excited. She didn't even look at the earthworm and looked up at the sky. Even little White didn't retreat. Its tiger eyes revealed a hint of mockery. Just as the giant earthworm closed in, a giant object appeared in the sky. This object let out a buzz and descended from the sky. It moved at an unimaginable speed and arrived before Zhou. This was a huge mosquito. Its mouth part filled with a cold glint moved and stabbed the earthworm in a frenzy. With a swing, the earthworm's half-buried body was pulled out by the mosquito beast and thrown into the sky. At this moment, the mosquito beast moved once more. Its mouth was like a sharp blade, and in a flash, it stabbed deep into the earthworm's head. With one breath, the entire earthworm withered, and all of its flesh and essence was sucked out by the mosquito beast. The mosquito beast flung the earthworm's corpse, and it landed on the ground far away. It looked down at Zhou and Xiao Bai before flapping its wings and flying into the sky. Little White, chase. Hurry up. Zhou immediately shouted. Little White did not hesitate and immediately started running. The mosquito beast was released by Wang Lin a year ago when he left to protect Zhou. He didn't want to see Zhou, but he wouldn't leave her alone on this dangerous moonstar. In the past year, the mosquito beast had saved Zhou countless times. Zhou had been afraid when she first saw it, but now she felt a sense of familiarity when she saw the mosquito beast. It was as if she had seen Wang Lin. She had no memory of what happened 1 year ago. She didn't even have any memory of Li Yuan's nascent soul in her body. It was as if it never happened. This was something Wang Lin erased when he placed her soul back into her body. Zhou was an innocent child. She shouldn't have to bear the price of Li Yuan's awakening. Wang Lin was not an angry person, so he erased Zhou's memories and gave her a complete life. However, Wang Lin's heart was still silent about what happened 1 year ago. He didn't want to face Zhou, so his feelings were very complicated. Zhou couldn't find her uncle, so she began her journey to find him. The moonstar was too small for Wang Lin, but for Zhou, it was very big. In the past year, she and Little White traveled more than half of the moonstar. Although they didn't see Wang Lin, Zhou felt that she was getting closer and closer to her uncle. Unfortunately, Little White's speed was still too slow compared to the mosquito beast. Not long after, the mosquito beast disappeared from the sky. However, Zhou knew that as long as she was in danger, the big mosquito would rush over immediately. The big mosquito flies really fast. Little White, you're too slow. Zhou looked at the sky angrily. Little White let out an aggrieved roar. It thought to itself that the big mosquito was flying in the sky. If it ran on the ground, it would be faster. Just as Zhou was about to continue speaking, a gentle breeze suddenly blew and landed on her body. Zhou was startled. She looked around and said in a low voice, Little White, don't you think it's strange? It's just that there's this warm breeze every 3 to 5 days. Every time it hits my body, I feel warm inside. I won't feel hungry even if I don't eat. Little White shook its head and let out a roar in response. Zhou's search continued. She didn't know that at this moment, Wang Lin had withdrawn his divine sense from the top of the cauldron. In the past year, although he was crazy, he didn't forget about Zhou's safety. Every time his divine sense scanned the cauldron, he would send some spiritual energy into Zhou's body so she wouldn't feel hungry. Wang Lin looked up at the sky. His eyes were very bright. This kind of light had never appeared in his eyes before. It was the kind of gaze that could see through a person's heart and see through the essence of life and death. Life and death domain, so that's how it is. If I want to control anything in this world, I can control it. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and all the clouds in the sky gathered in his hand. In the blink of an eye, a ball of clouds the size of a fist appeared in his palm. This ball of clouds was filled with lightning. Feeling the powerful force inside the ball of clouds, Wang Lin took a deep breath. Although the power inside the ball of clouds couldn't destroy the world, it could destroy all soul formation cultivators. Even if Li Yuanfeng, who was at the soul transformation stage, were to come back to life, he would die under this ball of clouds. My life and death domain has reached completion, and my cultivation has broken through to the soul formation stage. One step is to reach the soul transformation stage. I'm already halfway there. Wang Lin waved his hand, and the ball of clouds disappeared. Prepare to reach the soul transformation stage. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. Soul transformation cultivators were truly powerful cultivators. It could be said that no matter what cultivation planet they were on, a soul transformation cultivator would be wooed by many forces. The giant demon clan ancestor was only at the early stage of soul transformation, but he could control an entire clan and become the leader of the clan. Li Yuanfeng forcefully reached the soul transformation stage and became the head of the Shuiyu clan. This showed the value of a soul transformation cultivator. After all, most ascendant old monsters spent most of their time in closed-door cultivation and rarely showed up. That's why soul transformation cultivators were the backbone of a cultivation planet. In the mortal world, a soul transformation cultivator was a top-notch expert that was respected by tens of thousands of people. Among cultivators, this kind of status could be magnified 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. This was a soul transformation cultivator. Even Tian Yunzi didn't think that in a mere 200 years, the little cultivator at the edge of the soul formation stage that he had a good impression of would have a chance of reaching the soul transformation stage. If he knew about this now, then Wang Lin wouldn't be going to planet Tianyun as an honorary disciple for 100 years. He would become a real disciple and would have a certain amount of authority in the Heavenly Fate sect. Situ, after I reach the soul transformation stage, I'll have the power to awaken you. Wang Lin took a deep breath and pointed to between his eyebrows. Shortly after, his body disappeared and he entered the heaven-defying bead. Inside the heaven-defying bead, Situ Nan's nascent soul floated in the center. Wang Lin appeared there and silently looked at Situ Nan. After absorbing the two severed arms, Situ Nan's nascent soul was no longer translucent. It had become solid and gave off a powerful pressure. This pressure was several times stronger than Ancestor Du Tian's. Situ. Wang Lin silently looked at Situ Nan for a long time. With one step, he left this place and appeared in the eastern part of the heaven-defying bead. There was another nascent soul here. However, this nascent soul's eyes were closed and it was in a deep sleep. Her body was surrounded by countless drops of spiritual liquid that were constantly fusing with a nascent soul and nourishing her body. Wan Air. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of tenderness. The spiritual liquid surrounding Li Muan was formed by the dew from the heaven-defying bead. In the past year, Wang Lin had finally condensed this liquid. Its existence could repair Li Muan's nascent soul, and as time passed, it could even make Li Muan's nascent soul more condensed. Wan Air, you've waited for me for 300 years. I, Wang Lin, have no way to repay you. I will protect you until you wake up, until my soul disappears. Wang Lin looked at Li Muan's nascent soul for a long time. If all of this can be exchanged for a miracle, I will wait. I will protect you for 1 year, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. Until this life, the tenderness in Wang Lin's eyes was still on Li Muan's nascent soul. Scenes of the past kept replaying in his mind. Memories were like water in the palm. No matter if you opened it or clenched it, it would eventually flow through your fingers, drop by drop. However, the coolness of the water was unforgettable. Wang Lin stepped forward and gently kissed the forehead of Li Muan's nascent soul. His warmth was transferred to Wan Air. Wan Air's body trembled. She felt Wang Lin's lips and felt Wang Lin's warmth. This warmth contained the joy of the past that couldn't be erased, a silent call, and the unchanging protection of the world. Love was like a river. The left bank was the laughter of thousands of years. The right bank was the eternal silence under the candlelight, and the flow in the middle was the faint loneliness year after year. Wang Lin turned around and left the heaven-defying bead. He left, but his heart was placed here, becoming eternal silence. In the dark night, under the starlight at the top of the mountain, in the rain and wind, that lonely figure seemed to be blown away by the wind. It was always the fleeting sorrow that was blown away by the wind. Only the loneliness of a heartless person remained. It was the smoke that couldn't be blown away by the wind. The lonely figure raised his sharp face and looked at the darkness of the night and the brightness of the stars. There was the figure of an eternal woman in his heart. I'm sorry that one air's matter made everyone sad. I'm sorry that I've seen all of your words. I apologize to everyone. I'm sorry. It was my anchor that made everyone sad. What everyone wanted to see was happiness and perfection. But I wrote about the sadness that made everyone feel tangled in their hearts. It was really too much. Now, I learned my lesson. It was very profound. It was just like when I did something wrong and was severely reprimanded by my boss. I didn't sleep well last night. I tossed and turned in bed. Retribution, I made you sad, so you made me unable to sleep. I blamed myself for the whole night and struggled for the whole day. Retribution. But speaking of Zhou Ru's brother, I didn't forget Zhou Ru. It was just that I didn't have enough space to write about her yesterday. Chapter 410. Zhou Ru's journey to find her uncle continued. She didn't understand why her uncle left her. She wanted to find Wang Lin and ask him about the cause and effect. At this moment, at the top of the mountain, all the celestial jades in Wang Lin's bag of holding were placed around him. He sat in the lotus position and cleared his mind of all distracting thoughts. He focused on cultivating. Right now, Wang Lin's cultivation had reached the peak stage of the soul formation stage, and his domain had also reached the peak stage. Next, he was going to reach the soul transformation stage. The soul transformation stage was an eternal pursuit for any cultivator. Once a cultivator reached the soul transformation stage, their domain would become corporeal, and their power would reach an unimaginable level. In addition, they could absorb celestial spiritual energy. Their spells would contain celestial spiritual energy, and their power would be limitless. In the ancient times, before the celestial realm collapsed, a soul transformation cultivator wasn't very eye-catching. But now, with the scarcity of celestial jades, a soul transformation cultivator could become an overlord. The key to going from the soul formation stage to the soul transformation stage was the amount of celestial jades. The more celestial jades one had, the denser the celestial spiritual energy and the higher the chance of success. Of course, becoming a soul transformation cultivator also depended on one's domain. If one's domain couldn't reach the peak stage, they would never be able to reach the soul transformation stage. Understanding the heavenly Tao was one of the most important aspects of becoming a soul transformation cultivator. Wang Lin's domain had reached the peak stage, so his understanding of the heavenly Tao was different from others. Ever since he saw that the messenger of the heavenly Tao was an ancient god, he had a trace of doubt about the heavenly Tao. What was the heavenly Tao? In Wang Lin's previous understanding, the heavenly Tao was a law, just like the law of nirvana. It operated between the heavens and earth, just like the laws of mortals. No one could replace the heavenly Tao. Cultivators were only going against the heavens and walking out of the control of the heavenly Tao. Very few people would think that they could replace or control the heavenly Tao. But now, after seeing the ancient god, Wang Lin's understanding of the heavenly Tao had a subtle change. There was a mystery in front of him. This mystery was very big, and with his current understanding, he couldn't understand it in detail. The heavenly Tao, interesting. Wang Lin's eyes were calm, but there was a flash of light. He took a deep breath, opened all the pores on his body, and absorbed the immortal energy in the surrounding immortal jade with all his strength. Wang Lin had obtained a large amount of celestial jades from his trip to the celestial realm. These celestial jades were crucial for him to enter the soul transformation stage. At this moment, a dense amount of immortal force gushed out furiously and tunneled into Wang Lin's body. Compared to the previous times when he absorbed immortal power, the pain his body endured this time was much less. The immortal power entered his body and frantically squeezed the spiritual power that originally existed in his body. The two different energies were like fire and water. With his body as the battlefield, they began a life and death battle. The spiritual energy in Wang Lin's body was extremely vast. In the beginning, not much celestial energy flowed into his body. Under the impact of the spiritual energy, it immediately collapsed. However, as time passed, more and more celestial energy flowed into his body. At this moment, the spiritual energy was slowly unable to resist. Although the total amount of spiritual energy far exceeds celestial energy, its quality is far inferior to celestial energy. A single strand of celestial energy is equivalent to all of a core formation cultivator's spiritual energy. As a result, the spiritual energy inside his body was being pushed back. When a soul formation cultivator breaks through to the soul transformation stage, there will be two changes to the spiritual energy inside their body. One, the spiritual energy will be forced out of their body, and the only thing left inside their body will be celestial energy. As a result, their body will undergo the final change, and they will break through to the soul transformation stage. This method is relatively simple and is the method most cultivators choose. However, this method wastes all of the spiritual energy, and they will need to cultivate and absorb it again. Not only is it very troublesome, but it will also cause their cultivation to become unstable during the early stage of soul transformation. At the same time, this method requires the cultivator to go into closed-door cultivation for 100 years after reaching the soul transformation stage. The second method is to refine the spiritual energy so that its quality can reach the same state as celestial energy. This method is very difficult and requires constant refining. However, once it succeeds, they will have a great advantage in the early stage of soul transformation. They won't need to go into closed-door cultivation to reach the same level as others after 100 years of closed-door cultivation. The advantage of the second method is that it reduces 100 years of closed-door cultivation, and the speed of cultivation will naturally increase a lot. Wang Lin chose the second method. After all, he didn't have time to go into closed-door cultivation for 100 years. The spiritual energy inside his body was squeezed by the celestial energy and slowly gathered in his dantian. The meridians outside his dantian were filled with celestial energy. This was a process of transforming the body. The celestial energy was like a millstone, slowly grinding away the spiritual energy inside Wang Lin's body and transforming it into celestial energy. This process was very slow. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Wang Lin still hadn't moved. 2/3 of the celestial jades around him had turned gray, and some had even shattered. Not enough. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. There seemed to be celestial spiritual energy inside his eyes. He looked like a celestial being and gave off an otherworldly aura. Although the amount of celestial jades Wang Lin had couldn't compare to the amount that Big Sex had accumulated for generations, it was still a lot. However, looking at it now, it was far from enough to reach the soul transformation stage. The transformation in his body had only lasted to 1%. The spiritual energy inside his body was being squeezed and hadn't completely fused. No wonder there are so few soul transformation cultivators. The amount of celestial spiritual energy needed to reach the soul transformation stage is something that even Big Sex can't handle. No wonder. Wang Lin muttered to himself. The giant demon clan ancestor used the power of the entire clan and the celestial jades he obtained in the Chi-Hu celestial realm to help him reach the soul transformation stage. This was the result of the large amount of celestial jades the giant demon clan had when they moved to Shizuku. In truth, the giant demon clan ancestor could have reached the soul transformation stage many years ago, but he simply didn't have enough celestial jades, so it was delayed until now. It has to be said that celestial jades weren't only used when reaching the soul formation stage. After reaching the soul transformation stage, celestial jades were used even more. They were used in battle, healing, and even refining treasures required celestial jades. Rumor has it that in order to reach the ascendant stage, One would need more than 10,000 times the amount of celestial jades needed to reach the soul transformation stage. The amount needed to reach the ascendant stage was unimaginable. In the entire cultivation world, the only place that produced celestial jades was the celestial realm. After the collapse of the celestial realm and the disappearance of the celestial veins, the amount of celestial jades was very limited. As a result, it was easy to imagine how precious celestial jades were. In the current cultivation world, the more time passed, the fewer high-level cultivators there would be, and the harder it would be to cultivate. 1 month later, all of Wang Lin's celestial jades had shattered. There was no celestial spiritual energy left, so he had to stop absorbing them. The celestial jade pagoda contains a lot of celestial spiritual energy, but since I promised Zhou Yi to help him preserve the celestial corpse, I can't have any ideas about the pagoda. Wang Lin pondered a bit. Then he stood up and looked into the distance. His divine sense swept across half of the moon. He had finished gathering 1% of the celestial spiritual energy, and his divine sense had become a bit stronger. There should be a lot of celestial jades in the soul refining sect, and the other sects must have some as well. I guess I'll have to steal some. I must reach the soul transformation stage. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he disappeared. Zhou Ru rode on her small body and walked listlessly on a plain. She couldn't see the end of the plain with a single glance. He left me here alone and went off to do who knows what. How infuriating. Zhou Ru held a fruit in her hand and took a bite. Xiao Ru'er. A familiar voice entered Zhou Ru's ears. Zhou Ru was startled and immediately turned around. She saw Wang Lin's smiling figure not far behind her. Uncle. Zhou Ru's face was filled with joy. She immediately jumped down from Xiao Bai and ran to Wang Lin's side. She threw herself into Wang Lin's arms. Zhou Ru was no longer the little girl from before. She was now in her 20s. Uncle, where did you go? You left me here alone. Zhou Ru's eyes were red. In Wang Lin's eyes, she was still a child. He gently patted Zhou Ru's head. Wang Lin had a complicated look in his eyes. He smiled and said, Uncle went out to do some things. Now that it's done, do you miss your parents? I'll take you home. Zhou Ru wiped away the tears on her face and happily said, You're leaving? Good, good. Wang Lin looked at Zhou Ru. He had watched her grow up, just like Dainyu in the past. He slapped his bag of holding, and the pagoda flew out. When Zhou Ru saw the pagoda, she pouted and said, Uncle, I remember when I was little, I almost starved to death in there. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and a large amount of fruit from the moon appeared and piled up in the pagoda. After Zhou Ru and Xiao Bai entered the pagoda, Wang Lin put away the pagoda and looked at the sky. At this moment, a black dot gradually appeared and turned into a mosquito beast. It let out a roar and landed next to Wang Lin. It revealed a joyful expression, and its large mouth kept rubbing Wang Lin's body. It was obvious that it missed him a lot. Come, let's go home. Wang Lin patted the mosquito beast and jumped onto its back. The mosquito beast let out a roar and charged into the sky. In the sky, Wang Lin took out the star compass and put away the mosquito beast before flying towards Suzaku. Celestial jades, I want celestial jades. Wang Lin's eyes flickered. The star compass was extremely fast and flew towards Suzaku like lightning. The moon was not far from Suzaku. With the star compass's speed, Suzaku arrived before him in half a month. Wang Lin was sitting on the star compass. When he saw Suzaku, he suddenly frowned. He felt a powerful aura coming from Suzaku. This aura came from a giant plant made of black mist. This is the Forsaken Immortal Clan. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he charged towards Suzaku with the star compass. After breaking through the atmosphere created by Suzaku, the star compass descended like lightning. Not far away from him, there were more than 10 cultivators engaged in a life and death battle. He recognized one of them. Chapter 411. Wang Lin's eyes became serious. His body moved as fast as lightning as he charged forward. Although Wang Zhuo looked like an old man, Wang Lin was able to recognize him at a glance. Wang Zhuo's heart filled with sorrow. Along the way, more than half of their group had died. He encountered battles like this almost every day, and the shadow of death became even stronger. The surrounding cultivation countries had either fallen or become vassals of the forsaken immortal clan. Rank 3 cultivation countries weren't the main battlefield for the forsaken immortal clan. They were only there to train their lower-level cultivators. The country of Rosefinch didn't care too much about the rank 3 cultivation countries and only sent some early-stage soul formation cultivators. However, as the battle dragged on, the country of Rosefinch withdrew all of the messengers from the rank 3 cultivation countries and gave up on the rank 3 cultivation countries. In the eyes of the country of Rosefinch, nascent soul cultivators were really insignificant in this battle. Wang Zhuo let out a miserable smile as he watched another of his sect members die. The 4 Forsaken Immortal Clan members were clearly at the late stage of core formation, but they didn't directly kill them. Instead, they chased them like they were toying with them. Just at this moment, a meteor flew across the sky and gave off an unimaginable aura. The 4 Forsaken Immortal Clan members were shocked and immediately looked over. In almost an instant, the meteor disappeared, and a person wearing white with flowing long hair arrived before them in just a few steps. The expressions of the 4 Forsaken Immortal Clan members changed greatly. The 4 of them immediately felt an aura from the man in white that made them tremble. This aura was something only a 7-leaf shaman or above would have. One of the Forsaken Immortal Clan members trembled as he said, "Soul transformation." He exclaimed and turned around to escape without a word. The other 3 quickly followed. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he slapped his bag of holding and the mosquito beast flew out. Without waiting for Wang Lin's order, it let out a roar and caught up to the 4 of them. Waves of miserable screams echoed as the 4 of them died a miserable death and became the mosquito beast's food. This scene happened too fast, so fast that Wang Zhuo and the others were dumbfounded. Wang Lin turned around, looked at Wang Zhuo, and chuckled. "Wang Zhuo, do you know me?" "Senior. You. It's you." Wang Zhuo was startled and immediately recognized Wang Lin as the person who reached the soul formation stage in the Hengyu Mountain. Wang Lin shook his head and said, "I haven't seen you for so many years, but you've already reached the late stage of the core formation realm. Congratulations. Fine, I'll help you this once, and help you reach the nascent soul realm." With that, Wang Lin pointed his right hand and pressed it between Wang Zhuo's eyebrows. The seal in Wang Zhuo's mind was suddenly broken, and the memories of his previous life drowned him like a flood. His body shook and he fainted. Wang Lin glanced coldly at Wang Zhuo's fellow disciples. They were all at the early stage of core formation. Only one was at the mid-stage of core formation. Inside that person's body was a spirit seed that Wang Lin had left behind. Wang Lin asked, "Where are you guys going?" The person with the spirit seed was an old man. Under Wang Lin's gaze, his body trembled, and he quickly said, "Juniors and a dozen or so others were ordered to help a neighboring country." Unfortunately, the neighboring country was no match for the Forsaken Immortal Clan and has already fallen. "We've been killing our way back to Zhao." Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and a piece of jade appeared in his hand. He left a sliver of his domain on it, threw it at the old man, and calmly said, "Take this, and it will guarantee your safe return to Zhao. Go." The old man acted like he had obtained a treasure. This was his life. Wang Lin waved his right hand and disappeared. He excitedly bowed again and again. As he watched Wang Zhuo catch Wang Lin, the old man took a deep breath and respectfully bowed toward where Wang Lin disappeared. This bow was sincere and without any distracting thoughts. A middle-aged man next to him carefully asked, "Martial uncle, who was that, senior?" The old man's eyes were filled with reminiscence as he softly said, "That was the only soul formation cultivator in Zhao." The middle-aged man sucked in a breath of cold air. "He, you should have heard of his name." The old man flew off into the distance, and his fellow sect members quickly followed. "Wang Lin. His name is Wang Lin." The moment the 2 words Wang Lin came out, even the burly man and his fellow sect members trembled and their eyes were filled with terror. In the cultivation world of Zhao, the name Wang Lin represented a monstrous amount of killing intent. It represented a calamity from the past. On that day, blood flowed like a river, and the land of Zhao was dyed red. No one could forget this. Even now, the catastrophe of the Tang family was still passed down in the cultivation world of Zhao. It was still remembered by many people and became the life goal of many young cultivators. On top of a mountain, Wang Zhua slowly woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, he revealed a hint of confusion. This confusion slowly disappeared, and he calmed down. He looked at the white figure standing in the wind. Wang Lin. A bitter voice came out of Wang Zhua's mouth. Wang Zhua. Wang Lin turned around and smiled. Wang Zhua looked at Wang Lin. The memories of his previous life flashed through his mind. Finally, it stopped at the scene of his wife dying in his arms. Then he let out a sigh. "Thank you." Wang Lin shook his head and said, "Of the Wang family, only you and I are left. There is no need to thank me." Wang Zhua hesitated and asked, "What is your cultivation level now? Have you reached soul transformation?" "I haven't reached soul transformation yet." Wang Lin looked into the distance. "Time passes by in a flash. I still remember you and me back at the Hongyu sect." Alas! Wang Zhua let out a sigh. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he asked, "Wang Zhua, what happened on Suzaku in the last few years? Why did the Forsaken Immortal clan appear?" Wang Zhua was startled and asked, "You don't know?" Wang Lin shook his head and said, "I wasn't on Suzaku in the last 7 years." Wang Zhua's heart trembled. Although Wang Lin said it casually, it was completely different in his ears. Not on Suzaku. This Wang Lin's cultivation level can break through the void. Wang Zhua took a deep breath and told Wang Zhua everything he knew. Wang Lin's expression was still calm, but a huge wave was set off in his heart. The Forsaken Immortal clan had invaded, and almost all rank 3 cultivation countries had fallen. The rank 4 cultivation countries couldn't protect themselves. The country of Rosefinch fought back with all their might, but they were still pushed back. Serene went all out to help the Forsaken Immortal clan, and 5 rank 4 cultivation countries betrayed them. The Forsaken Immortal clan had taken over half of Suzaku. Wang Zhui slowly said, "Rumor has it that the Forsaken Immortal clan sent out 9 people. 5 of those 9 people have already been exposed, so no one knows who the remaining 4 are. The only thing we know is that they must have a very high position in a rank 5 or higher cultivation country." Wang Lin silently pondered. He didn't think that such a big change would happen in just a few short years. Soul Refining Sect. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He had to immediately return to the Soul Refining Sect to see if there was any change there. Most of what Wang Zhua knew were rumors, so he didn't know anything about the Soul Refining Sect. Wang Zhua pondered a bit and slowly said, "Wang Lin, can you make a trip back to Zhao to save the country of Zhao from this crisis? Also, my Wang family still has descendants. I have been secretly taking care of them all these years, hoping that the mortals won't be affected in this war. However, when I was helping the neighboring country, I heard that the Forsaken Immortal clan was looking for children with spirit roots. I was worried that if the Wang family had a child with a spirit root, they would catch the attention of the Forsaken Immortal clan. Unfortunately, I haven't been back in many years, so I don't know if there are still people with spirit roots." Suzaku, country of Zhao, rainy night. A carriage was quickly moving outside the capital of the mortal world of Zhao. A bald, burly man was sitting in front of the carriage. He waved the whip in his hand and shouted, "Go, go." His expression was anxious, and he would occasionally look back. The horse felt pain from the whip, so it let out a long neigh and moved even faster. A child's tender voice came from inside the carriage. "Mom, where are we going?" "Mom will take you to the ancestral home. Only there will you e'er be safe." The one who answered the child was a gentle and pleasant voice. There was also a hint of anxiety in this voice. The child named Yu Air continued, "Mom, I was studying with the 3rd prince yesterday. He told me that the country of Zhao is very dangerous right now. It seems like there are people fighting with the Celestials. Mom, is that true?" "Yu Air, rest. Don't ask so many questions." A man's deep voice came from inside the carriage. There were 3 people inside the carriage, a husband, a wife, and a child. The woman was wearing a palace dress and looked very attractive. She had a beauty mark on the corner of her mouth, making her even more charming. The man was wearing an official robe. He looked very dignified and gave off a sense of majesty without being angry. It was obvious that he had been in a high position for a long time, so he naturally had this kind of temperament. As for the child, he was about 6 or 7 years old. His face was slightly red, and he looked very cute. The carriage was silent for a while. Only the shouting of the bald man could be heard. Then there was the sound of rain falling on the roof of the carriage. Uair obediently responded. Perhaps he was sleepy, so he lay in the woman's arms and gradually fell asleep. "Your Highness, Uair." The woman's eyes turned red, and she couldn't say anything. The man sighed and slowly said, "The Celestials in the capital have all left and returned to their sex to fight. The invaders are very powerful. As far as I know, the Celestials in Zhao have all been defeated and have gathered in one place." The woman wiped away the tears from her eyes. She looked at the child in her arms and softly said, "Why are those people looking for these children?" The man took a deep breath and said with a bitter smile, "Last night, I had a secret conversation with His Majesty. I learned that these people are looking for children who have the aptitude to cultivate. I'm afraid they are planning something big. Alas, it would be great if great-grandfather was here." Chapter 412. The woman's eyes lit up and said, "Great-grandfather is a legend. Even the immortals in the capital have to be respectful when they see him. Unfortunately, we can't find him right now. I'm afraid great-grandfather can't take care of us right now. His sect is also being invaded by the foreign races. Right now, our only hope is the ancestral home." The man let out a long sigh and looked at the child. 3 children had already been taken away by the foreign races. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. Uair was the 4th. Luckily, the man's power was monstrous, and he was able to escape with the child. The woman looked at the sleeping child and softly asked, "My lord, what is so special about the ancestral home?" The man was silent for a while before he shook his head and said, "I don't know what's so magical about the ancestral mansion. My ancestor once said that if my Wong clan encounters a mansion with a destroyed roof, we can enter the ancestral mansion and use our clan's blood to open an item to save our lives." The woman was startled. She had been married to this man for many years and had never heard of this. Apparently, before our Wong family entered the capital, there was an immortal who was countless times more powerful than great-grandfather. That immortal's power was heaven-defying, and no one could stop him. Inside the ancestral home is something he left behind. The man's eyes lit up. More powerful than great-grandfather. The woman's eyes revealed a look of disbelief. "Is this ancestor still alive?" The man muttered to himself for a while and said uncertainly, "My great-grandfather has lived for nearly 200 years. That ancestor must have lived for even longer. He should still be alive." The woman's eyes lit up and she said hurriedly, "If this ancestor can help us, then you will be safe." The man shook his head and bitterly smiled. "This is only a rumor, and we don't know if it's true or not. No one knows if this person really exists." However, the man hesitated for a bit. The woman quickly asked, "What is it?" However, according to the records of our Wong family, 200 years ago in the country of Zhao, whether it was the celestial world or the mortal world, there was a huge family. This family was named Tongue. Apparently, at that time, all the Celestials had to listen to the Tongue family. Even the Emperor of the mortal world had a kowtow when he saw a member of the Tongue family. The Tongue family is the Wong family's mortal enemy. The man's voice echoed in the carriage. Then, in one night, the Tongue family was exterminated by someone. All of the family members were killed. It is said that the person who exterminated the Tongue family was that ancestor. The speed of the carriage was extremely fast. 3 days later, they arrived at a manor. The manor wasn't large, and 200 years ago, it was still a village. Later on, it was bought by the Wong family, and after a large amount of construction, it became what it was today. After the carriage stopped, the bald man jumped down from the carriage with a tired expression. He opened the door and respectfully said, "Your Highness, we have arrived." The man got out of the car and glanced at the manor. A look of reminiscence appeared on his face as he softly said, "When I was young, I lived here with my father for a year. In the blink of an eye, 30 years have passed, and nothing has changed here." The woman followed him out of the carriage. You also opened her eyes wide and looked curiously at the manor. "Follow me," the man said in a low voice and walked forward. There were no odd job workers in the manor, only a few elderly people who came out to greet them. These elderly people were all people who had worked hard for the Wong family for generations. Although their hair was all white, their eyes were bright. Just looking at them would cause anyone's heart to tremble. The bald man was the same. When he looked at those elderly people, his heart was filled with fear. In his opinion, any one of them could defeat him in one move. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto one of the elderly people. After looking at the elderly person's hand, his heart trembled. He knew who this old man was. This old man was the #1 expert in the martial arts world 20 years ago. The man in the official robe didn't say anything and walked into the manor. He brought his wife and child into the depths of the manor. There was an extremely ordinary house there. You curiously asked, "Dad, is this our family's ancestral home?" The man nodded. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of thunder could be heard from a distance. Shortly after, 2 men with runes drawn all over their bodies appeared in the sky above the manor. One of them had a gloomy gaze as he looked at the people on the ground and calmly said, "They run pretty fast." The man's expression greatly changed, and he immediately stood in front of his wife and child. He looked at the two and bitterly said, "Immortal elders, the matter between you and those immortals has nothing to do with us mortals. Why make things difficult for us?" The surrounding elders' gazes were like lightning as they stared at the 2 people in the sky. The gloomy person coldly looked at the man, and without saying anything, his right hand reached out. His purpose for coming here was for the child with the spirit root. Just at this moment, all of the surrounding elders let out a roar and stood in front of the man. However, their bodies of flesh and blood were clearly unable to resist. After several popping sounds, they all vomited blood and were sent flying. The man's expression greatly changed. Without another word, he grabbed his wife and child and quickly retreated back into the ancestral home. After entering the ancestral home, the man's face was covered in cold sweat. His eyes were bloodshot as he pressed down on the rows of memorial tablets in front of him. A secret compartment immediately appeared. He immediately bit the tip of his tongue and used his blood to draw a symbol on the secret compartment. This symbol was something that every generation's successor had to firmly engrave in their hearts the moment they became the clan head. Just at this moment, a loud bang came from outside the ancestral home. Countless pieces of the walls turned to dust, and the gloomy man walked in. The woman placed her child behind her and revealed a look of despair. At this moment, the place where the man in the official robe had drawn the symbol suddenly released a strange light. In an instant, a piece of jade floated out from the secret compartment. A strange power suddenly surrounded the area. The gloomy person's expression immediately changed. He took a few steps back and revealed a look of disbelief. His companion in the sky also felt this strange power and was about to go in to take a look. Just at this moment, the jade suddenly flashed. The man with the gloomy eyes immediately let out a blood-curdling scream. Veins popped out on his body as he quickly retreated without saying a word. His eyes were filled with shock and fear. He had sensed a destructive aura from Arcane Master Yes Jade slip. This aura was so strong that even some of the clan members couldn't match it. Once the jade was opened, with this person's cultivation level, he would without a doubt die. As the jade flashed, the gloomy person coughed out a mouthful of blood and retreated outside of the ancestral home. His body trembled, and he fell to the ground dead. His companion, who was about to enter the ancestral home to take a look, was startled. Without a word, he turned around and fled. He clearly felt an aura inside the ancestral home that he couldn't resist. However, he didn't get far before the jade flashed, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground and died. This strange scene caused the 3 people in the ancestral home to immediately be startled. The man muttered to himself, "The rumors are true. The jade that Wang Lin left behind contained a sliver of the G realm. With his cultivation level back then, any nascent soul cultivator who saw this sliver of the G realm would die. At this moment, at the foot of the Hengyu mountain in the country of Zhao, most of the cultivators of Zhao were gathered outside the Tiandao sect. Their faces were filled with anger as they looked into the distance. There was only one person in the void they were looking at. More than half of this person's body was covered in tattoos. Just by standing there, a powerful aura surrounded the area. A hoarse voice came from that person's mouth. Your cultivation country is quite interesting. All of you are gathered here. Could it be that there is some treasure here that you think can bring back the dead? A white-haired, black-robed old man flew out from the Tiandao sect. He stared at the forsaken immortal clan member with hatred in his eyes and calmly said, "You can try." That person laughed and his eyes lit up. His aura surged like crazy and the tattoos on his body seemed to come alive. They all trembled and left his body to form tattoo dragons that danced around him. Interesting. This old man isn't here to deal with you low-level earth cultivators. I'm just passing by. However, since you've put it that way, I'd like to see exactly what kind of treasure you have that can make you so fearless. His eyes revealed a hint of contempt. With his six-leaf shaman status, as long as he didn't meet any late-stage soul formation cultivators, he was invincible on Suzaku. Moreover, he didn't think that a late-stage soul formation cultivator would exist in a mere rank 3 cultivation country. With one step, he walked toward the Tiandao sect. The tattoo dragons around him let out bursts of howls as they charged toward the Tiandao sect. The tattoo dragons were as fast as lightning as they closed in. All of the cultivators of Zhao held their breaths and revealed mysterious lights in their eyes. 200 years ago, there was a rumor in Zhao that a native of Zhao had reached the soul formation stage at the Tiandao sect and left behind a wood carving as a legacy item. Anyone who obtained it could become his direct disciple. The place where it was stored was guarded by his divine sense. If it wasn't fated, it wouldn't open. However, if Zhao was facing destruction, this item could be used to great effect. The instant the dragon pierced through the air, the entire Hengyu mountain suddenly trembled. With a rumbling sound, a wooden statue rose from the top of the mountain. The moment the wood carving appeared, the tattoo dragons trembled. The man from a forsaken immortal clan revealed a mysterious light in his eyes. The old man slowly said, "So there's a domain treasure left behind by a soul formation cultivator. However, this soul formation cultivator's cultivation level is too low. He is only at the early stage of soul formation. Even if he personally came, the old man would still be able to kill him, much less a treasure." The mysterious light in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with contempt once more. Chapter 4:13. As he spoke, he pointed at the air with his right hand. Immediately, a few talisman dragons roared and charged toward the wooden statue, bringing with them the sound of breaking through the air. All of the cultivators from Zhao raised their heads and stared at the wood carving. In their eyes, this wood carving was their hope. It was the most precious treasure in Zhao. The wood carving trembled slightly and released a bright light. Then a ring of light spread out and collided with the tattoo dragons. Boom, boom, boom. A few loud bangs rang out, and the runic symbols on the runic dragons seemed to have been swept by a violent gust of wind. The runic symbols immediately flickered, and in the end, a large number of them dimmed. Most of the runic dragons instantly disappeared from the world. The remaining tattoo dragons also shrunk a lot. When the cultivators from Zhao saw this, their eyes were filled with excitement. What's this? This thing is interesting. It would be a pity to destroy it. The forsaken immortal clan member's eyes lit up as he looked at the wood carving. Without a word, he waved his hand and ancient tattoos appeared in the air. These runes circled around his body. He moved and stepped forward. The wood carving flashed once more and the ripples spread out. When the ripples touched the tattoos around him, they trembled violently and dissipated. With one step, the forsaken immortal clan member crossed the distance and arrived next to the wood carving at the top of the Hengyu mountain. His hand reached toward the wood carving. The light from the wood carving was blinding and quickly spread out, but the disdain in the forsaken immortal clan member's eyes didn't disappear. He let out a snort and pressed his hand against the wood carving. Even if your master personally came, the old man would still accept it. The man grabbed the wood carving. After looking at it, he smiled and said, "This is indeed a treasure. If there is a chance in the future, the old man would like to see the junior that left this wood carving behind." The entire Hung Yu Mountains Tian Dao sect was silent. All of the cultivators were silent. The symbol in their hearts had been destroyed, just like that. It seemed like the end of the country of Zhao could not be changed. The disdain in the forsaken immortal clan members' eyes became even stronger as he slowly said, "Because of this, the old man won't make it difficult for you. From now on, you will all be vassals of my forsaken immortal clan. It will be much better than living under the country of Rosefinch. My wooden carving is not something you can take away." A calm voice came from the void. Then, two figures suddenly appeared from the void. The forsaken immortal clan member suddenly turned around and stared behind him. His heart was filled with terror. Even with his cultivation, he hadn't noticed that someone was right behind him. The two people who appeared from the void were Wang Lin and Wang Zhua. As soon as the two of them appeared, some of the state of Zhao cultivators in the Tiandao sect recognized Wang Lin. Progenitor! Progenitor! Shouts of excitement came from the mouths of most of the cultivators. In the blink of an eye, it was as if this was the only sound left in the world. Progenitor! Wang Lin faintly smiled and nodded. The shouts became even louder. The forsaken immortal clan member's expression was extremely ugly. The disdain in his eyes had long disappeared and was replaced with deep dread. "Sir," he was about to speak when he was interrupted by Wang Lin. "Give me my wooden carving." Although Wang Lin's voice was calm, it was filled with an unquestionable aura. The forsaken immortal clan member's expression was gloomy. He couldn't see through this person's cultivation. At first glance, this person seemed to be at the peak of the late stage of soul formation, but upon closer inspection, this person's body contained a mysterious force. He had heard of this mysterious force from the elders in his clan. It was the sign of a soul transformation cultivator. After pondering for a bit, he raised his right hand and threw the wooden carving toward Wang Lin. The moment Wang Lin raised his hand to grab the wooden carving, the forsaken immortal clan member's eyes became cold and he shouted, "Symbol explode." In an instant, a large amount of symbols appeared on the wooden carving. These symbols gave off a ghostly light and suddenly exploded, creating a powerful shockwave. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he pointed forward, and the exploding symbols were surrounded by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, the symbols were trapped in the air and compressed into a ball the size of a fist. This ball was filled with smoke and contained the power of all the exploding symbols. The forsaken immortal clan member's expression changed greatly. He didn't think that his attack would be so easily neutralized by Wang Lin. Soul transformation. He bitterly muttered to himself. Without a word, he turned around to escape. He knew that with his current strength, he had no chance of winning against a soul transformation cultivator. He would without a doubt die. What bad luck! The ancestor of a rank 3 cultivation country is actually a soul transformation old monster. How could I encounter something like this? The forsaken immortal clan member's heart was filled with bitterness. Just as he was about to escape, the sky suddenly darkened. With a tearing sound, a giant rift that could travel through space suddenly appeared where he was. The forsaken immortal clan member was terrified and couldn't help but tremble. "Did I allow you to leave?" Wang Lin calmly looked at the forsaken immortal clan member. His right hand grabbed the wooden carving, and he placed his new divine sense on it. Then he threw the wooden carving into the Hangyu Mountain. The forsaken immortal clan member's face was gloomy as he slowly said, "Sir, according to our agreement, your country of Rosefinch gave up the rank 3 cultivation country in exchange for us delaying our attack on the rank 4 cultivation country. Are you going to break the agreement?" Wang Lin frowned and said, "Who made the agreement with you? The son of Rosefinch?" The forsaken immortal clan member was startled. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "Sir, since you are a soul transformation cultivator, you must know of Qian Feng. This agreement was signed by Qian Feng on behalf of the son of Rose Finch and my clan's junior master. Qian Feng. Wang Lin's eyes became serious. He had heard this name twice before. The first time was from Lu Mei, and the second time was now. Ridiculous, Wang Lin coldly said as he raised his right hand and pointed at the ball of light that was sealing the explosion. The ball of light suddenly moved and charged toward the Forsaken Immortal Clan member. The expression of the man from the Forsaken Immortal Clan changed greatly. His hand touched his forehead, and there was a flash of green light. Shortly after, a plant with 6 leaves appeared and charged out from between his eyebrows. It collided with the ball of light. Bang! The Forsaken Immortal Clan member's body was knocked back, and he coughed out blood. However, not only was the plant not damaged, the green light became even stronger. However, he didn't want to fight, so he waved his hand, and a purple stick appeared in his hand. He pointed at the stick, and ripples appeared in the air. He was about to charge into the ripples. That purple stick was a branch from the reincarnation tree. The Forsaken Immortal Clan used a secret technique to communicate with the reincarnation ancestral tree to teleport people across Suzaku. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he raised his right hand and softly said, "Absorb." With the Forsaken Immortal Clan member as the center, a large amount of clouds gathered to form a giant ring of light. This ring of light quickly shrank until it was only 30 feet wide. The Forsaken Immortal Clan member was terrified. The ripples that could teleport people around him had lost their effect and collapsed. A powerful pressure came from all directions and landed on his body in the blink of an eye. Despair that he had never felt before appeared in his heart. The panic in his eyes became even stronger. His hands formed strange seals, and he pressed them against his chest. With one rip, 10 bloody gashes appeared on his chest. Large amounts of blood sprayed out, and the plant on his forehead quickly rushed out. It absorbed the blood like crazy and quickly grew. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire 30-foot wide ring of light. If you kill me, the power of the talisman will be left on your body. My clan's seniors will kill you on sight. The Forsaken Immortal Clan member's expression was ferocious as he roared. If you kill me, there will be talismans left on your body. My clan's elders will kill you on sight. The 30-meter wide ring of light shrank down to 10 meters. The 7-leaf plant's branches that supported the ring of light began to break. Every time a branch broke, the man coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his face grew paler. The 30-foot wide ring of light shrank until it was only 10 feet wide. The branches of the 7-leaf plant that supported the ring of light all broke. Every time a branch broke, the person coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his face became even more pale. Wang Lin's expression was still the same. He smiled and said, "How many Forsaken Immortal Clan members have I, Wang, killed?" The power of the talismans. Are you talking about this? During the Moon Star Soul transformation, Wang Lin noticed that these 5 strands of gray gas had appeared in his body. Normally, they were hidden in his meridians. Not only did they not harm his body, they actually helped his spiritual energy flow more smoothly. The Forsaken Immortal Clan member stared at the 5 strands of gray gas, and his face turned pale. He could feel the aura of a 6-leaf shaman from the gray gas. It was obvious he was killed by the person before him. Wang Lin calmly looked at the person before his right hand reached out, and the ring of light began to shrink. The Forsaken Immortal Clan member let out a few groans as all the branches of the 6-leaf shaman inside the ring of light broke. Finally, as the ring of light shrank, the Forsaken Immortal Clan member was squeezed into a pile of flesh and blood. The ring of light disappeared, and the pile of flesh and blood turned to dust before dissipating in a mist of blood. With Wang Lin's current strength, killing this person was as easy as blowing off dust. He didn't even need to use any treasures. After all, his domain was different from a soul formation cultivator's. His domain contained celestial spiritual energy. The current him was half a step into the soul transformation stage. As long as he had enough celestial jades, he could reach the soul transformation stage at any time. However, the amount of celestial jades was simply too little. Wang Lin looked at where the forsaken immortal clan member died and began to ponder. Rosefinch's son actually made an agreement with the forsaken immortal clan. This is a bit strange. There is also that Xian foam. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Chapter 414. All of the cultivators of the Tian Dao sect were very excited as they looked at Wang Lin with reverence in their eyes. The white-haired old man from the Tian Dao sect walked out from the crowd. He bowed at Wang Lin and respectfully said, "Junior Tian Dao sect's Zhen Fengxiao greets ancestor." "Greetings, martial ancestor." As soon as the old man finished speaking, all of the state of Zhao cultivators immediately saluted. Their voices were very loud and spread far. Wang Lin shook his head and said, "I'm not the ancestor." The old man took a deep breath and respectfully said, "You are the ancestor of all the cultivators of the state of Zhao. This has existed since you reached the soul formation stage at the Tian Dao sect 200 years ago. Please don't decline." Wang Lin sighed and looked at the land of the state of Zhao. This was the place where he was born and raised. In the blink of an eye, 500 years had passed. Sometimes, when he thought back to the past, he felt like he was in a dream. "Lord Ancestor, if you're not in a hurry, please rest at the Tian Dao sect for a few days and allow us juniors to pay our respects." The old man's eyes were filled with reverence. Wang Zhua sighed and said, "Wang Lin, stay at the state of Zhao for a few days. Don't you want to see fourth uncle's descendants?" The old man was startled and looked at Wang Zhua. Wang Zhua was a talented disciple of the Tian Dao sect, and the old man thought he knew him. However, Wang Zhua's words were a bit strange. The old man immediately noticed something was wrong. Although Wang Zhua looked the same as before, his eyes no longer had the feeling of a Tian Dao sect disciple. Instead, there was a sense of vicissitudes. Wang Zhua smiled at the old man and sent a voice transmission to the old man. After the old man heard this, his body trembled, and he looked at Wang Lin with disbelief. In the end, he was sure that Wang Zhua's words couldn't be false, so he let out a bitter smile and respectfully said, "I'm not lying." He smiled bitterly and said, "Greetings, ancestor Chun Fengxiao. You were a disciple that I personally brought to the Tian Dao sect. Back then, you were still a young man. In a flash, so many years have passed, and things have changed." Wang Zhua sighed. Chun Fengxiao nodded bitterly. For a moment, he was still in a trance. Wang Lin stayed in the Tian Dao sect. The cultivators of the state of Zhao, with the exception of the leaders of some sects, all dispersed and returned to their own sections. At the Heaven Dao sect, Wang Lin gave a lecture about the Dao to all of the core formation cultivators in the state of Zhao. His enlightenment left a vague image of the Dao in the hearts of the core formation cultivators, which increased their chances of reaching the nascent soul stage. Similarly, for the few nascent soul cultivators, Wang Lin wasn't stingy in teaching them about the soul formation stage. This way, they were no longer confused about the soul formation stage and were able to see the path clearly. 3 days later, Wang Lin and Wang Zhua left the Tian Dao sect. Before they left, Wang Lin placed down a powerful formation around the Tian Dao sect. This formation could isolate all soul formation cultivators. Only soul transformation cultivators could break it. For a rank 3 cultivation country, this kind of formation was one of a kind. Normally, only a rank 5 cultivation country would have a formation stronger than this. After doing one last thing for the state of Zhao, Wang Lin no longer had any attachment to the place where he was born and raised. He went with Wang Zhua to the capital and silently looked at the descendants of the Wang family. Soon after, he saw Yu Er's family of 3 in the ancestral home. Yu Er's cuteness reminded him of Denyo and Zhou Ru when they were young. Wang Zhua accepted Yu Er and taught him the art of cultivation. Before Wang Lin left, he took away the Ji realm from the jade inside the ancestral home and inserted a piece of his divine sense into it. Wang Zhua didn't return to the Tian Dao sect, but stayed at the Wang family. 200 years ago, he was sent into the body of a pregnant woman in the Wang family by Wang Lin. Since he was born in the Wang family, his feelings for the Wang family far surpassed those for Wang Lin. He was prepared to use the rest of his life to protect the descendants of the Wang family. The matter with the state of Zhao was over. However, Wang Lin still had one more thought in his mind, and that was the Hung Yu sect. After all, this sect was the cradle of cultivation for him. Before leaving Zhao, Wang Lin decided to check it out. He spread out his divine sense, and all the mountain ranges and caves in the country of Zhao appeared in his mind. Then he disappeared from where he stood. According to his memory, Wang Lin's figure appeared outside of Elephant Snake Mountain in Zhao. With a complicated expression, Wang Lin looked around. There was a formation here. He waved his hand, but didn't break the formation. Instead, he passed through it and entered Elephant Snake Mountain. Inside was a giant cave. When Wang Lin entered the cave, all he could see was dust. This place had been abandoned for a long time. Only in the main hall of the cave was a giant piece of jade with 3 ancient words engraved on it. Hung Yu sect. Wang Lin let out a sigh and wiped the dust off the jade. He looked at the jade and silently pondered for a long time. After a while, Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and walked toward the stone room. After breaking the restriction on the door, what appeared before him were rows of shelves. There were a few jades scattered on the shelves that gave off a faint light. In the corner was a skeleton. This skeleton was in the shape of a moon. There were no cracks on it, and there were no signs of injuries. It was obvious that this person had died of old age. The skeleton's right index finger was pointing at the ground. Wang Lin walked up, wiped the dust off the ground, and saw a row of words. The Hung Yu sect has died by itself. We have failed our ancestors. We have failed our ancestors. Wang Lin silently took a few steps back and respectfully bowed toward the skeleton. He softly said, "Disciple Wang Lin greets the ancestor." With a sigh, Wang Lin turned around and walked toward the jades. He picked them up one by one and used his divine sense to explore them. Finally, his footsteps stopped on one of the jades. The old man's talent was dull, and his cultivation was not good enough. In his life, he only had a strange desire for swords. It was as if he lived for swords. But for some reason, any swords that were touched by his divine sense would shatter after one breath without exception. The word useless was referring to the old man. If he couldn't use his divine sense to control swords, he wouldn't be able to use them in battle. When he was 80 years old, the old man suddenly had a dream. In the dream, he was the soul of a sword that swept through the world and roared through the 9 continents. He was regarded as the king of swords. After waking up, the sword in the dream echoed in the old man's mind for a long time. It was as if it was the old man's life pursuit. It was the old man's previous life. I resolutely gave up on breaking through to the Foundation establishment realm and turned to forging swords. I want to forge that sword. This thought was extremely heavy. It was so heavy that the old man couldn't control himself. All of his mind was focused on it. I must forge that sword in the dream. After 10 years, the old man didn't hesitate to kneel down and beg for strange stones and metals. He collected countless materials to forge swords and successfully forged a few swords. However, none of them felt like they were in a dream. All of them were personally discarded by the old man. This year, the Hung Yu sect encountered a great calamity. A powerful enemy attacked, and the sect was about to be destroyed. In this life, the old man was born in the Hung Yu sect. Naturally, he would die in the Hung Yu sect. At the moment of danger, the old man opened the furnace to forge one last time. Time was limited, so this time, the old man gave up on the strange materials and simply used ordinary iron to forge a large sword. The moment the sword came out of the furnace, the old man suddenly felt something. He melted the metal and smeared it on the sword. The sword immediately shined with a golden light. Looking at the sword, the old man felt like he was in a dream. It was as if he couldn't control his body. When he picked up the sword, he felt like he had returned to the dream and became the soul of the sword. This is the feeling I gave this sword. I named it Great Riches. Although the name is vulgar, it is what I wanted. Holding this sword, the old man's mind seemed to disappear into the sword. He rushed out of the place where the sword was forged and solved the calamity of the Hung Yu sect. Then, the old man passed away with a smile. He left behind a sword art and stored it in great riches. I hope future generations of disciples will treat this sword well. Wang Lin put down the jade and closed his eyes. His heart was shaken. The reason he came here was not just to see the Hangyu sect, but to find the source of great riches was also one of his goals. Previous lives, sword spirit. This great riches is exactly the same as the celestial sword. Could it be that this senior's soul contains a trace of the sword spirit of the celestial sword that collapsed? Wang Lin opened his eyes, and his eyes lit up. He pondered a bit. Then his figure disappeared, and he left this place. When he reappeared, he was outside of the Juming Valley. This was where his bag of holding was broken. That was where he found the sword scabbard. He tore open a spatial rift, and Wang Lin went in. This time he only had one goal, and that was great riches. This sword was made from common iron. After 500 years, I don't know if it still exists in this spatial rift. I also don't know if it disappeared with the bag of holding. Unfortunately, my cultivation level back then wasn't high enough to sense the sword art inside. Or else, Wang Lin let out a sigh. He spread out his divine sense inside the spatial rift and began to search for it. Half a month later, Wang Lin walked out of the spatial rift with a frown. He found nothing. I'm afraid this sword has already been destroyed. I need to quickly return to the soul refining sect to find a large amount of celestial jades to reach the soul transformation stage. Wang Lin's figure disappeared and reappeared inside an ancient transfer array. After activating it, he disappeared from the country of Zhao. In the western part of Shizuku, there was a rank 4 cultivation country that had been taken over by the Forsaken Immortal clan. The cultivators of the country were now subordinates of the Forsaken Immortal clan. At this moment, there was a person wearing a straw hat, and his body was surrounded by golden light. Wang Lin, you finally returned. The moment you returned to Shizuku, Senior already knew. I hope you won't disappoint him. This person slapped his bag of holding, and a piece of jade appeared in his hand. You helped me kill Li Yuanfeng and seal Shuiyu. I, Zhou Wu Tai, can't repay you, so I'll give this to you. Inside this is Lu Mei's domain that I comprehended at the cost of my life. I hope you can do as Senior predicted and devour Lu Mei's Dao heart to complete the Rosefinch's domain. He took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. In the northern part of the country of Pilu on the continent of Rosefinch, rings of light appeared and Wang Lin's figure appeared. He walked out of the transfer array and charged toward the soul refining sect. Chapter 4:15. Along the way, Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and saw many cultivators. However, all of them had ugly expressions on their faces and seemed to be in a hurry. Even when the divine senses of people they knew met, they would only respond briefly before dispersing. As Wang Lin flew, he suddenly frowned. He saw more than 10 cultivators in the distance. Their divine senses were linked together in a strange way and slowly swept over. Among these cultivators, 3 were at the soul formation stage, and the rest were at the nascent soul stage. They weren't targeting anyone, but every cultivator was being checked. When their divine senses swept toward where Wang Lin was, Wang Lin didn't have time to waste with them. He took a step forward and disappeared without a trace from the combined divine senses of the 10 cultivators. The 10 cultivators didn't find anything strange and continued to sweep through the divine senses. Wang Lin's speed was very fast. Soon, he arrived outside the soul refining sect. The soul refining sect's protective formation had already been activated, forming a black soul fog. From afar, it looked like there were countless ghosts inside. Waves of mournful cries came from the black soul fog. It was like a realm of the netherworld, causing people to feel fear just by looking at it. No cultivator from the country of Pilu was willing to get close to this place and would often take a detour. When Wang Lin saw the soul refining sect's protective formation, he let out a sigh of relief. The fact that the formation had been activated meant there was no danger inside. His hands formed a seal, and he activated the soul-locking technique. He opened his mouth, and a ray of black light flew out. The black light turned into a 3-meter-long soul flag. Enter! Wang Lin's right hand pointed forward, and the 1 billion soul flag moved without any wind. The flag wrapped around Wang Lin's body and carried him into the mountain protection formation that was giving off the black fog. when the 1 billion soul flag charged into the black fog. The black fog moved to the side, opening a path for Wang Lin. The 1 billion soul flag moved very fast and disappeared into the depths of the black fog. At this time, the black soul mist produced by the protective formation returned to normal, and the small path that had been opened up was immediately swallowed up by the surging fog on both sides. The soul refining sect hadn't changed much compared to when Wang Lin left. However, the number of disciples in the soul refining sect had dwindled to less than a tenth of what it used to be. From afar, of the 9 golden rings, only 3 remained. "You're back." An ancient voice came from the void. A blood-colored ring appeared in front of Wang Lin, and Du Tian walked out. Du Tian looked even older than before, and his body gave off a dense death aura. The difference between him and his past self was like heaven and earth. "Senior." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he carefully looked at Du Tian and let out a sigh. He could see that Du Tian's lifespan was reaching its end. "You can see it. Don't worry. The old man still has a few more years to live. He won't die so easily." Du Tian laughed, and with this laugh, the death aura around him seemed to dissipate a lot. "Not bad. Your cultivation level has increased a lot in these past few years. You have already reached the point where you can refine celestial chi and refine your body. If you have a lot of celestial jades, you will soon reach the soul transformation stage." Du Tian carefully looked at Wang Lin. He was shocked, and his eyes shined brightly. Wang Lin pondered a bit and asked, "Senior, do you have any celestial jades here?" Du Tian looked up at the sky and laughed. "Sung Yo, you came back to the soul refining sect for celestial jades. If you didn't lack celestial jades, you wouldn't have come back." Wang Lin faintly smiled and shook his head. "For the 1 billion soul flag, I would have come back as well." Du Tian's eyes lit up. He looked at Wang Lin and revealed a look of admiration. "Good. The 1 billion soul flag is yours. The old man's soul fragment in a few years will also be yours. Even the entire soul refining sect will be yours. If you don't like it, you can give up on the soul refining sect. However, you have to remember that you have to repay the old man for what he has done for you. The old man wants you to repay him by protecting the 1 billion soul flag. As long as the flag exists, the soul refining sect will never die. This little Suzaku won't be able to stop you, Sangyo. He said that if you leave this place, you must find a place where the soul refining sect can flourish. Also, help the soul refining sect build 999 heaven stairways so that the soul refining sect can become a rank 6 cultivation country. Singyo, listen up. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. There was no free lunch in this world. If you want something, you have to give something. Wang Lin agreed with Du Tian's words. After pondering a bit, he nodded and said, "Fine." Du Tian carefully looked at Wang Lin. After a long time, he let out a sigh. He looked up at the sky and thought, "Senior apprentice brother, I bet everything on your divination. I hope I won't lose everything in the end." He took a deep breath, waved his sleeves, and said, "Follow me." With that, he led the way and Wang Lin followed. The two of them moved like lightning and arrived at the back mountain of the soul refining sect. There, Du Tian's right hand formed a seal and landed in the sky. A giant vortex appeared in the sky. There were countless bolts of black lightning moving around the vortex, and a dangerous aura spread out. This is a forbidden area of the soul refining sect. Only those who have mastered the soul sealing technique can enter. Bringing you here isn't against the sect's rules. Du Tian entered the vortex. Wang Lin pondered a bit. His expression was calm, but he was secretly on guard and quickly followed. The moment he entered the vortex, Wang Lin felt like he was inside a transfer array. His vision blurred, and when he reappeared, he was inside a giant cave. This cave wasn't large, and there were more than 30 tablets made of celestial jades on the wall. Du Tian bowed toward the tablets and said, "Those are the tablets of all the soul transformation cultivators of the soul refining sect." Wang Lin also bowed. A trace of happiness appeared in Du Tian's eyes, and he nodded slightly. He then pressed his right hand against the wall, causing a rumbling sound to come from all directions. Sangyo, sit down cross-legged. There aren't many celestial jades left in the soul refining sect. Although we accumulated a lot back on Planet 4 Saints, after tens of thousands of years and more than 30 soul transformation cultivators, we've already used up all the celestial jades we have. The remaining ones were obtained by the old man and his brother when they were young. I'm afraid they aren't enough for you, but you don't have to worry. If you don't have enough celestial jades, the old man will take you to the soul transformation stage. Ever since the old man's generation, if anyone in the soul refining sect is at the soul transformation stage, we don't have to worry about celestial jades. If one sect isn't enough, we'll take two. If two isn't enough, we'll take three. Sooner or later, we'll have enough. When the old man reached the soul transformation stage, my teacher took the 1 billion soul flag and robbed all the sects in 3 rank 5 cultivation countries. There was even a hint of pride in Defiant's eyes. Wang Lin could only bitterly smile. The soul refining sect was indeed too tyrannical. The 1 billion soul flag was something that even Rosefinch's son was wary of. With it, the soul refining sect could do whatever they wanted. No wonder they had so many soul transformation cultivators. It was all because of the spear celestial jades. At this moment, the rumbling became even more intense, and the ground began to tremble. Finally, with a series of crackling sounds, 2 pieces of celestial jades that were as tall as a person flew into the air. Dense celestial spiritual energy suddenly filled the area. Wang Lin carefully looked at the 2 large pieces of celestial jades. They weren't as good as the ones Wang Lin used before, but they were too big, so the amount of celestial spiritual energy they contained was much higher. Wang Lin took a deep breath, sat down in the lotus position, and began to cultivate to absorb the celestial spiritual energy. The 2 pieces of celestial jades surrounded Wang Lin and released a large amount of celestial spiritual energy. The moment the celestial spiritual energy appeared, it was immediately absorbed by Wang Lin's body. His body was like a giant whirlpool as he absorbed the celestial spiritual energy from the 2 pieces of celestial jades like crazy. Gradually, the celestial spiritual energy from the celestial jades became visible to the naked eye. It was a milky white aura that connected to Wang Lin's body and was absorbed like crazy by Wang Lin. Defiant, who was standing not far away, secretly nodded. After pondering a bit, he slapped his bag of holding and 7 white flags appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, and the 7 flags flew out and surrounded Wang Lin. Immediately, white lines spread out from the 7 flags and connected with each other, forming an irregular pattern. Stand! Defiant's hands formed a seal, and he pointed at the air. Rays of white light suddenly rose from the white lines connecting the flags and completely surrounded Wang Lin. Xingyo, with this formation, you'll be able to absorb celestial spiritual energy and convert it into spiritual energy even faster. The old man has never been stingy with you. Endless spiritual energy came from all directions and entered Wang Lin's body from every pore. It continued to change his body, causing the spiritual energy inside his body to quickly change as well. Gradually, Wang Lin forgot about the passage of time. He was completely immersed in refining his body with celestial spiritual energy. He slowly gained a deeper understanding of celestial spiritual energy. The soul transformation stage was a transformation of spiritual energy and celestial spiritual energy. It could be said that only by controlling celestial spiritual energy could one truly be considered a powerful cultivator. Soul transformation cultivators controlled celestial spiritual energy. Many treasures that required spiritual energy to activate wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of celestial spiritual energy and would become dispensable. Similarly, in this world, there was a type of treasure that couldn't be activated with spiritual energy. Only celestial spiritual energy could activate it. For example, the celestial sword or the god-slaying war chariot. As time passed, no matter how much celestial spiritual energy there was, it would eventually be absorbed. On this day, cracks appeared on the two pieces of celestial jades that were placed in front and behind of Wang Lin. Chapter 416. Cracks began to appear on the two celestial jades like scars. More and more cracks appeared, and the two celestial jades were no longer white, but gray. On this day, after the last bit of celestial spiritual energy from the celestial jade before Wang Lin was extracted by Wang Lin, it completely collapsed into dust and formed a small mountain on the ground. At the same time, the celestial jade behind him also collapsed and followed the same path. Wang Lin's hair moved without any wind, and the celestial spiritual energy coming from his body was several times stronger than before. A powerful pressure came from his body. The 7 small flags couldn't withstand the pressure and were shattered by the shockwave. Wang Lin slowly raised his head and stood up. His eyes lit up and then he calmed down. 1/3 of the way done, Wang Lin's gaze fell on Du Tian, who was cultivating in the corner. Du Tian opened his eyes and smiled. "Not bad. Let's go. The old man will take you to steal celestial jades. This is the tradition of my soul refining sect. Although the Forsaken Immortal clan is in chaos right now, that doesn't change the tradition of my soul refining sect." Du Tian let out a laugh. He waved his right hand, and a black vortex appeared before him. He stepped into it. Wang Lin revealed a faint smile as he followed Du Tian into the black vortex. When they reappeared, the two of them were in the sky outside the soul refining sect. Du Tian had his hands behind his back, and a white cloud appeared under his feet as he flew forward. Wang Lin casually followed behind him. His mind was immersed in his body as he felt the change in the celestial spiritual energy inside him. At this moment, there wasn't much spiritual energy left in his body. More than half of it had been converted into celestial spiritual energy. As a result, the amount of celestial spiritual energy inside his body had increased. However, his flesh, bones, meridians, and other structures all needed celestial spiritual energy to form. So he needed a large amount of celestial jades to reach the soul transformation stage. In the west of Pilu, there was a swamp that stretched as far as the eye could see. This was a deathly silent world, and there were no signs of human habitation within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. This was a paradise for all types of insects. The swamp's environment was such that there were many poisonous insects here that not even cultivators would dare to provoke. Here, one could often see swarms of insects whizzing past. They were the kings of this place. There were also some other demonic beasts in the swamp, and all of them were filled with poison. However, they were still inferior to those poisonous insects. Therefore, most of the time, these demonic beasts lived in the swamp and would not easily come out of the water. In the entire country of Pilu, aside from mortals, all cultivators knew that the swamp in the western part of the country was not a place of natural danger. It was where the demonic insect sect was located. The demonic insect clan lived in this swamp. The insect devil sect was a rather peculiar sect. This sect didn't have a Real Mountain gate or hall. They were almost completely scattered in this huge swamp. There were some areas in the swamp that weren't big, but they weren't deep and could be lived in. The disciples of the demonic insect clan lived in these areas. They were scattered all over the swamp. The disciples of the demonic insect clan often didn't have much camaraderie with each other, and most of them cultivated by themselves. Their sect's cultivation method was insect cultivation, and the large amount of poisonous insects in the swamp made it a lot easier for them to cultivate. On this day, 2 figures appeared in the sky above the swamp. One was an old man, and the other was a young man. The old man was wearing black and had white hair. His entire body was just skin and bones. He had his hands behind his back and his eyes were cold. His body gave off an aura that scared away all the poisonous insects. The person beside him was a young man. He was dressed in white, and his hair was casually tied behind his head. Although he wasn't handsome, he gave off an otherworldly feeling. This was especially so for his eyes, which were clearly black and white. Not only were there no impurities, but just a single glance at them would be enough to see through one's heart. The two of them were Du Tian and Wang Lin. Du Tian was clearly very familiar with this place, so he directly brought Wang Lin here. Looking at the swamp below him, Du Tian sighed. Xingyo, don't look down on these demonic insect clan people. Let me tell you, the disciples of the demonic insect clan were all rats in their previous lives. Did you know that when my teacher brought me here, the amount of celestial jades we obtained was 3 times the amount of celestial jades from a normal sect? After he finished speaking, his right hand reached out and the 1 billion soul flag appeared in his hand. With his 30-foot-long soul flag in his hand, Du Tian's aura changed. He looked at the swamp below him and waved the soul flag. The soul fragments flew out in all directions. At this moment, the sky changed colors and the stars moved. Everywhere in the sky and on the ground were surrounded by souls. Waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls rang out. The howls turned into sound waves that were not weaker than the attacks of magic treasures. They spread out in all directions with loud rumbling sounds. The more than 10 violet gold souls roared as soon as they appeared. Their faces lit up with excitement, and without waiting for any orders, they charged out. The venomous insects scattered as if they had encountered their natural enemy. Du Tian's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Rats of the demonic insect clan, your grandpa Du Tian is here. Quickly hand over the celestial jades." When Wang Lin heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. This Du Tian's words were quite interesting. Could it be that there were some rules for stealing other people's celestial jades? Wang Lin didn't know that the soul refining sect was used to being domineering. Back then, when Du Tian was brought here by his teacher, he said the same thing. Apparently, his teacher's teacher said the same thing. In short, there were indeed rules for this matter. Several angry roars came from the swamp. 2 silhouettes turned into bolts of lightning, whistling through the air. Those souls that tried to stop them, before they could even get close, were forced back by the 2's auras. However, the 2 of them knew what they were doing, so they didn't injure the soul fragments and only pushed them back. Old Ghost Du Tian, the celestial jades are gone. One of them was an old man wearing a purple robe with 2 blood-red centipedes around his ears. The other person was an old woman. Although there were many wrinkles on her face, her eyes were very bright. She let out a dry cough and interrupted the purple-robed old man. She looked at Du Tian and said, "Old Ghost Du Tian, I can't give you the celestial jades this time. When the Forsaken Immortal clan attacked, I was seriously injured and had to use celestial jades to heal myself. Even now, I'm only able to recover a majority of my injuries. For the sake of the future, I can't give them to you." Du Tian's eyes narrowed as he looked at the old woman. He pointed at his brow, and the death intent that he had been suppressing surged out. He said with a hoarse voice, "Yin Hong, I have less than 2 years of lifespan left." The old woman was startled, and her expression changed slightly. The purple-robed old man's expression was also a bit ugly as he muttered, "Your soul-refining sect is a bunch of madmen, using your lifespan to reach its end. You're not afraid of death at all, and use the 1 billion soul flag to steal celestial jades." Du Tian laughed and said, "Without an anchor, I, the old man, have less than 2 years of lifespan left, so of course I'm not afraid of death. Today, give me the celestial jades, and I'll leave. If you don't give me the celestial jades, I won't fight you, but I'll kill all the poisonous insects in this swamp." The purple-robed old man was so angry that he began to laugh. Just as he was about to speak, the old woman let out a dry cough and said, "Old Ghost, what's the point? If you make a move, not to mention whether or not the soul-refining sect will be retaliated against by the 2 of us, I can tell you with certainty that the junior next to you will die." Wang Lin faintly smiled as he pointed at the air, and the celestial sword flew out. Wang Lin used a sliver of celestial spiritual energy in this attack. Although he hadn't reached the soul transformation stage, he could still use a sliver of celestial spiritual energy. A celestial sword naturally required celestial spiritual energy to be used. After celestial spiritual energy was infused into the sword, it gave off a dazzling golden light. A celestial pressure spread out from the sword. The sword energy was as fast as lightning, and it descended with the momentum of splitting the heavens and earth. The old woman's expression changed greatly. She quickly grabbed her bag of holding, and a turtle shell appeared in her hand. She threw it to block the sword energy. Bang! There was a loud bang as the turtle shell shattered and turned to dust. At the same time, the sword energy was blocked and disappeared. The old woman's expression was extremely ugly. Even the purple-robed old man's expression changed as he stared at Wang Lin. First, will I really die today? Wang Lin's tone was calm as he slowly said, "Who are you?" The old woman asked in a serious tone. She wasn't surprised that the sword attack just now contained celestial spiritual energy. In fact, when she first appeared, she already noticed that Wang Lin's cultivation was between the soul formation and soul transformation stages. She didn't care about cultivators at this level, but at this moment, she didn't expect the person before her to have a celestial treasure. Treasures that were powered by spiritual energy, no matter what quality, were called spirit treasures. Similarly, treasures that were powered by celestial spiritual energy were called celestial treasures. Celestial treasures were treasures that could completely withstand celestial spiritual energy and perfectly unleash the power of celestial spiritual energy. These kinds of treasures weren't common in the cultivation world. Normally, a soul transformation cultivator's goal, aside from reaching the ascendant stage, was to obtain a celestial treasure. There was a huge difference between a soul transformation cultivator with a celestial treasure and one without one. With a celestial treasure, they would have a weapon that could perfectly unleash celestial spiritual energy. Otherwise, they would only be able to use celestial spiritual energy on spells and techniques, which would still be weaker. In addition, there were some treasures that were between the spirit and celestial realms. They could be controlled with celestial spiritual energy. Although they couldn't perfectly unleash their power, they could still be several times more powerful than using spiritual energy. These kinds of treasures were called pseudo-celestial treasures. The 1 billion soul flag and restriction flag were such treasures. Chapter 417. Facing the old woman's question, Wang Lin smiled and said, "I'm Tsing. The old woman's expression changed. She looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "You were able to kill Shui Yuzli Yuan Feng and the giant demon clan ancestor at the soul formation stage. Tsing, this old woman indeed can't stop you today." The old woman let out a sigh. Although she was at the late stage of soul transformation and could easily kill Wang Lin, with Du Tian here, she had no chance of killing Wang Lin. She looked at the old man beside her and sighed again. The purple-robed old man beside her had a gloomy expression. He was at the early stage of soul transformation. He believed that he could easily kill Li Yuan Feng, but it would be very difficult for him to win against the giant demon clan ancestor. However, this young man was the one who had killed Li Yuan Feng and the giant demon clan ancestor. Although Wang Lin hadn't reached the soul transformation stage yet, in his eyes, Wang Lin was a cultivator on the same level as him. Du Tian laughed. He was very satisfied with Wang Lin's performance. People of the soul refining sect should be like this. Du Tian said, "I won't waste time. According to the rules, give me half of the celestial jades." The old woman pondered a bit. She looked at Du Tian, and her eyes lit up. "Half is fine, but Old Ghost, the Forsaken Immortal clan, is about to launch their second attack. If my demonic insect sect is no match, you have to help once." Du Tian looked at the old woman and said, "That depends on how many celestial jades you have." The old woman bitterly smiled as she took out a bag of holding. She didn't even look at it before throwing it out and saying, "I'll make you satisfied." Du Tian caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. His expression immediately became strange as he looked at the old woman and said, "Was your demonic insect sect really all rats in your previous life? Last time my teacher took away so much, so why do you still have this? Could it be that you have some method to obtain more celestial jades?" The old woman's expression was the same as usual. She calmly said, "Don't ask about this. Remember our agreement." With that, her body moved and she flew into the distance. The purple-robed elder also took a deep look at Wang Lin. After a brief hesitation, He cupped his fists towards Wang Lin and turned to leave. Just like that, Du Tian took Wang Lin across the entire country of Pilu and collected a large amount of celestial jades. Wang Lin had seen how domineering Du Tian was. With a 1 billion soul flag, he would directly ask for spirit stones. If they didn't give him spirit stones, then he would release his soul and use his remaining 2 years of lifespan to deal with these sections. Perhaps it was because the soul-refining sect's infamy had spread far and wide, but the other two sects were furious. However, the soul-refining sect had always been like this. In the end, they still threw out the immortal jade. Du Tian slapped his bag of holding and smiled at Wang Lin. Did you see that? This is how my soul-refining sect has been doing things for tens of thousands of years. In the future, you have to do the same with the 1 billion soul flag. Don't bring shame to my soul-refining sect. Although the current hymn was still filled with death intent, when Wang Lin looked at him, he could clearly feel a sense of relief in his heart. Du Tian continued. Back then, there was an ancestor of my soul-refining sect who wanted to reach the ascended stage. The amount of celestial jades he needed was countless times more than what you have now. In the end, he swept through the entire country of Suzaku and even went to the country of Rosefinch. With a 1 billion soul flag, even ascendant cultivators weren't willing to easily act against him. However, he still managed to obtain a large amount of celestial jades. Wang Lin bitterly smiled. He could imagine that the ascendant cultivator from the country of Rosefinch must have had a headache back then. The reason he gave out celestial jades was because he wanted to give them away as a gift. After all, almost all the people in the soul-refining sect who had the 1 billion soul flag were tyrants of their generation. Wang Lin secretly thought, I now know why the soul-refining sect went from a rank 5 cultivation country to a sect like this. However, that ancestor failed to reach the ascended stage and died. In truth, I don't agree with what he did. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best not to provoke an ascendant cultivator. For example, right now, with my 1 billion soul flag, we can go anywhere we want in a rank 5 cultivation country. We can rob any sect we want. Even if we meet a powerful cultivator from the Forsaken Immortal clan, it doesn't matter. Wang Lin bitterly smiled again. Du Tian's tyranny wasn't only limited to the country of Pilu. It could even be said that in Pilu, Du Tian held back a bit. After all, they were all cultivators of the same country, so there was no need for them to become hostile too much. However, once they left Pilu, Wang Lin finally understood how tyrannical Du Tian was. In 3 months of time, Du Tian took Wang Lin to 4 rank 5 cultivation countries. Du Tian was like a swarm of locusts. Even some cultivation families were affected and had to hand over a few pieces of celestial jades. As for those sects, Du Tian didn't waste any time. He immediately released the 1 billion soul flag. Among the soul fragments that covered the sky, there were more than 10 primary souls that were equivalent to soul transformation cultivators. Under such an attack, none of the rank 5 sects could resist. A large amount of celestial jades was gathered by Du Tian and put into his bag of holding. Finally, in the 4th rank 5 cultivation country, Du Tian's constant stealing of celestial jades finally angered 4 soul transformation cultivators. 4 soul transformation cultivators attacked Du Tian. This time, Wang Lin finally understood the power of the 1 billion soul flag. During this battle, Wang Lin didn't even have a chance to attack before the 4 soul transformation cultivators were defeated. If it wasn't for the fact that Du Tian didn't want to kill them, one of them would have become the primary soul of the soul flag. In the last few years of Du Tian's life, he was so arrogant that Wang Lin had to take out a straw hat to hide his appearance. This was to prevent the sects that had their celestial jades stolen from Du Tian from coming after him to become the primary soul of the soul flag. In the 4 rank 5 cultivation countries, there were a total of 8 sects and hundreds of cultivation families in Shursan. Adding in Pilu, there were a total of 16 sections. In these 3 months, Du Tian had stolen a large amount of celestial jades from these sections. On this day, Du Tian stopped. Du Tian seriously said to Wang Lin, These celestial jades should be enough for you to reach the soul transformation stage. In the future, you will have to steal the celestial jades you need to increase your cultivation level. Remember, in the cultivation world, especially in the soul transformation stage, the only way to obtain celestial jades is to steal. No matter how many disciples go to the celestial realm, they won't be able to find enough. Du Tian was very serious as he spoke to Wang Lin. Wang Lin nodded. He wasn't worried about stealing celestial jades, but he didn't agree with Du Tian's method. If it was him, he wouldn't leave half of the celestial jades for others. If he stole, he would take all of them. Perhaps the process would be difficult, but the amount of celestial jades he would get would be more than double what he had now. With enough celestial jades, Du Tian took Wang Lin to the soul refining sect. There, he was going to protect Wang Lin so that Wang Lin could reach the soul transformation stage in one go. Du Tian sighed and said, "Suzaku is too small. When I was young, I went to planet Tianyan once. That place is 10 times larger than Suzaku and has a lot of sections. If it wasn't for the fact that I wasn't strong enough, it would be very satisfying to go and steal." Rumor has it that in the Cultivation Alliance, there are many rank 6 and above cultivation countries that send cultivators to other cultivation planets to steal celestial jades. Planet Tianyun. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Du Tian said, "Planet Tianyun's cultivation level is unfathomable. Rumor has it that he has a seat in the Cultivation Alliance. He is not someone that the little rosefinch can compare to." Wang Lin pondered a bit. Just as he was about to ask more, Du Tian's expression suddenly changed, and he looked into the distance. Wang Lin's divine sense moved, and he looked over. He saw a black fog that looked like it was going to devour the heavens and earth. This black fog covered a very large area. It was impossible to see where it ended. A vast power of runes began to spread out. Forsaken Immortal Clan. Du Tian's eyes lit up. During this period of time, Wang Lin found out from his conversation with Du Tian that the Forsaken Immortal Clan had reappeared on Suzaku several years ago. They formed a large army and directly attacked the continent of Rosefinch. During that war, countless cultivators died. Among the Forsaken Immortal Clan, there were shamans that were equivalent to ascendant cultivators. These shamans battled against the son of Rosefinch and the other 2 ascendant cultivators. This battle lasted for 3 years. After 3 years, the Forsaken Immortal Clan didn't continue and retreated. They began to devour rank 3 cultivation countries and began to fight against the country of Rosefinch. During this battle, 2 people from the country of Rosefinch stood out. They were Lu Mei and Qianfeng. Lu Mei, with her peerless beauty, caught the attention of the new generation of male cultivators on Suzaku. This was especially true because she had already reached the mid-stage of soul transformation, which made her even more eye-catching. Almost as soon as she appeared, she completely suppressed Red Butterfly's fame from back then and became the proud daughter of the heavens. It seemed like no one paid attention to Red Butterfly anymore. What people talked about the most was her identity. She was the direct disciple of the son of Rosefinch and one of the future candidates to become the son of Rosefinch. The moment she appeared, she captured several 7-leaf shamans. She even captured an 8-leaf shaman that was equivalent to a late-stage soul transformation shaman. As a result, her momentum was like a rainbow. Another thing that caught people's attention was that rumor had it that Lu Mei was very kind. She relied on her pure heart to reach her current cultivation level. She had never killed a single person in her life. Even the Forsaken Immortal Clan only captured people and didn't kill them. With so many bright spots gathered, she naturally caught everyone's attention. Every time she appeared, the nearby cultivators would immediately become respectful and follow her orders. Some battles that were about to be lost were suddenly turned around by her appearance. With her help, the cultivators on Suzaku were able to turn defeat into victory. This woman was considered one of the 2 geniuses of this generation. The other genius was Qianfeng. He was handsome and dignified, and his cultivation was also at the mid-stage of soul transformation. There was no arrogance on him at all, only gentleness and elegance. He was righteous, and his actions were very righteous. This person suddenly appeared during the second year of the Forsaken Immortal Clan's attack. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.